Good morning, good morning. Good morning. If I sound tired, it's because I am, guys. But I got my coffee, my Nino, and we're ready to go. How's everybody doing? Hello! Hello, Bordy. I know you can't hear me, so... Hi, Bordy! Enjoy that coffee. I will. So real quick announcement, guys. Today won't be a full stream. I'm feeling a little bit under the weather. I can still smell everything, and I think it's just like a little bug. So I'm a little tired. But then, two, I have a lawyer to talk to today because I am officially incorporated as a business. Because here in California, if I want to continue doing freelance through clients, I have to be AB5 compliant, which just basically means that employers have limited liability. So I am officially, hello, I need sleep now. How you doing, bud? I'm officially a business. So just waiting for all that to go through, but I have a lawyer calling me to give me tax advice and all the other things that I should get. So that's gonna happen today at 3. So kind of on their timetable. So we're gonna go ahead and so we'll end the stream a little bit early today, but if I do start actually kind of feeling a little crappier, I'll cut it. I just feel tired. Doing freelance is actually having its own business. Yes, so in California, it's California state law only. This does not even pertain to the entire country. It is literally just the state of California. And the reason why is because we are a pro-employee state. So there are states that are pro-employer. We're pro-employee, which essentially means that the employee has any and all rights to sue at any point in time, and is usually deemed right or is usually favored in the court of law. So in order to protect businesses, the state has mandated that you have to have a new compliant to allow the liability of the company hiring freelancers to protect them. So it's a bit convoluted. It's a little weird since we used to have a thing called the 1099, which is what freelancers would, and I'd done it for years, what freelancers would fill out to claim the money, but it goes beyond that now. So in order to get work with multiple companies, I have to be AB5 compliant, only if I want to work within the state of California. And since I live in California, technically, I have to be compliant there. So yeah, it's a little weird, but it's just a state thing, which has always been a problem for me when it comes to our country, because it's like each state gets to dictate exactly how they do things. And so 49 out of 50 states say it's okay, you don't need this, but this one state says, no, you need it. So sometimes it's a little weird. But it's only going to protect me at the end of the day. So you know, it's fine. It is what it is. I'd rather, plus LLCs or incorporations actually gives a lot of tax forgiveness. So if I mess up royally, like I had done a few years ago and had to pay for it, I now can have debt forgiveness. So that's good too. That's interesting. I thought freelancing is counting as just a passive income thing. Yeah, it depends. So are you gonna have to make a DBA or an LLC? An LLC. Yeah, you could choose one. DBA, do business as, is probably, I advise highly against ever getting a DBA, because if you do make financial mistakes, you're liable. Where LLC, limited liability clause, basically means that you could have debt forgiveness. And that's important. So, of course, only debt forgiveness within the time you're operating as said business. So I'm incorporating Ian Robinson Art, so that will cover everything. And IR Sculpts is just going to be a sublet underneath that LLC, so I can now kind of protect myself if I ever to do business as me. So basically, yeah. Hey, what's up, Spire? Okay. So that's my current mood. Yeah, don't do that with a DBA. DBAs are cheaper, and there's a reason for that. I have, with an LLC in the state of California, I actually have a lawyer on paperwork retainer. So if, let's say, you were to sue me, PD Sculpt, I have a guy on the side who's just gonna go deal with that, and then whatever legal fees come after that, I'm responsible for. But then with debt forgiveness, so you know what I mean? Like LLC just protects you. It's more expensive, but it definitely protects you. So if you were to do one, choose LLC. Do not choose DBA. I personally have been screwed over financially by making a bad financial mistake with a DBA, and it cost me over 10 grand in 1 year of taxes that compounded over the last 4 years. So it was very difficult to recover from that, especially if you are relying on a day-to-day job plus your freelance. Right now, I'm solely relying on freelance, so I got no choice. What's going to happen with your company if you're getting hired for full-time? So that's the thing. It doesn't matter if I get hired by another company. I could still hold the LLC. I, as a person, am incorporated. So if I choose to work with another company under their LLC, I could totally do that. Here's a question, since I'm just getting started out. Do I need to get an LLC right away? I'm not sure. Okay, so the reason why I got an LLC, I wasn't sure if you were here for the beginning of it, is because I'm in California, and California has a AB5 compliant law that says that all freelancing work must be compliant with incorporation standards. So if you were residing within the state of California or plan on doing business within California, then yes, you should get an LLC when starting, because freelance companies who have been hit up by 2 toy companies have required me to have it, and so they're waiting on me to get it. Hey, thank you so much for the follow. So it's only a California thing if you're in the US, and if you're gonna do business within California, you should definitely have it. Yeah, DBAs will not create a tax safety net if the business is not profitable. Exactly. Okay, you're in Georgia. Yeah. Hey, watch it. Hey, Georgia, you're the new Hollywood. There's a lot of Hollywood work coming your way. So you know, hey, pop in and say hello. Hello, Joy. Hello. I'll need to look into this. Yeah, look into it. If you plan on doing a lot of freelance, then yeah, do it. You know, get an LLC. It can't hurt. I paid about a total of $600 to get it done. And if you're planning on doing a lot of freelance business, it can only protect you. You don't need to get it unless your state requires it or you want to work outside, but it can't hurt either. It's a good investment. Hey, well, congratulations, you're a businessman now. Yeah, now to attract some business. Exactly. All right, guys, so speaking of which, we are doing more Street Fighter stuff. So I've hit a point where I don't want to work within T-pose anymore, so I want to just start doing the test pose. We still have a lot to do with Chun-Li and her face and getting things going. However, at this point, everything's so low poly, and the sculpt itself is very dynamic and dramatic. So I definitely want to start getting things sculpted in its place more so than anything else. So I think we're going to start posing them today, and then we're going to move into the major details. So let's get doing. And like I said, I'm going to be ending the stream a little early today because of my lawyer meeting and stuff. So I'm excited about all that, actually. It's going to be good. No word back on any proposals yet for what I've been working on, so more personal projects, yay. Alright, here's what we're going to do. We're going to put everything into a folder. I think we're just going to, actually, you know what? Yeah, let's do this. Yeah, let's put everything into a folder. So we're going to go ahead and get rid of what we don't need. Let's save as. Let's go back and let's put posed Vegeta. versus Chun-Li. Or Vega. Wow. Vega Chun-Li pose. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. That's where I'm at, guys. In my defense, Vegeta and Vega start off with the same letters. All right. Hey, yeah, stream raiders for sure. 1 second. I did want to showcase something real quick to you guys too, kind of get you caught up if you haven't been on Twitter or on Discord lately. But check this out, guys. This is my fully articulated Vegeta. This took over 10 hours to get it done. And I don't know if the math is 100% correct, but I think it's pretty damn close that I might be able to just shrink down maybe the pens a little bit in the slicer if I need to. Good morning! Oh wow, morning and salutations gamers, 'tis I, random loser. I just wanted to procure a moment of your time to deliver some info for you. The info being the simple fact that I love you. Yes, it's true, some random guy you've never met loves both you and everyone in the chat. And I thought it was vital that you understood that somebody out there really cares about you. Now, a bit of advice, don't let self-doubting bring you down. Instead, use motivation to prove yourself wrong. I love it, dude. Shrek for the Shrek incoming. I love it, dude. I love you too, man. Welcome in, welcome in. Thank you for such kind, beautiful words. Everybody here is just fantastic, wonderful people, and I love hanging out with everyone. So, welcome in. Enjoy yourself. We have a lot to do today. So just wondering, when a product says this is known to the state of California to cause cancer, is it still sold there? Yes, okay, so Inspire, yes it is. That California has very strict regulations. So what that is saying is that during the manufacturing process, if at all, the fumes, the melting of plastic, if anything has been known to cause cancer during manufacturing, by California state law, they are obligated to announce that it could be. So yes, it is still sold here, but let's just face it, if you have a pop figure, if you have a spatula, if you have a door, you have things in your house that could cause cancer. That's just reality. So yeah. California just wants to make sure that they don't get sued. See, everybody in California is sue happy. So you have to watch out for that. That's just the way it works. Do they slap it on the air there too? Actually, California air is probably the cleanest in the world. Yeah, oh my god. We are so good right now. We're probably one of the best in the world. Now everybody else around us, nothing else we can do. Even the freaking sun can cause cancer. Exactly, yeah, I know. It's just because everybody, at some point, has sued somebody. Has sued somebody, and that's where we're at. So you make models? Neat. Wow, that's a dumb thing to ask. Nah, you're totally fine, dude. You're totally fine. Yes, I make, I primarily make static toy statues, both for freelance and for personal. And this is my first articulated figure that has gotten some traction. And so I will be test 3D printing it. In fact, because I've taken a 3D printing job, anybody here who follows me and loves hanging out, if you would like to DM me and help me test print this figure, let me know. Because I would love to get people's opinion on it. It's my first articulated one. And there's a lot that can go wrong. So feedback is always nice. But I already think there's some changes I want to make to it. But when it gets to the testing phase, I may beta test it with a few people. Yeah. Wasn't it back in the 90s when I was there that smog was pretty bad? Yeah. Angry. We used to have smog days at school. So I remember those. I want to bend all those joints. I know, right? He's so beautiful. I know. I do art myself, but not at the best. But I'm definitely improving. Heck yeah, dude! Art is a journey. Shrek 4, art's a journey, man. I'm gonna tell you that right now. And because art's a journey, you are at your best at whatever level you are, and you're only gonna go up from there. And while you'll have struggles, it's all a journey. So don't doubt yourself. You're doing great. Yeah, send me that file. I need to print something. Okay. Yeah. All right, man. All right, Angry. You got it. I'll export them out for STLs, and then you can, and you could definitely, please give harsh feedback on what it is you do. Okay. So I just wanted to show you guys that, keep you updated on all the beauties. Here's my Chung-Li that's very still Valley of the Suck right now. But we're going to go ahead and move her into a folder. And then we'll go from there. And then we will do Stream Raiders at some point in time. Hey, that's Ackerman. Thanks for the host, my friend, my brother, my love. Thank you. Chung-Li. Okay, we're going to put her all in the folder. Then we'll grab that folder and move it over. Give me 1 second, guys. There we go. So Ian, you could really print that figure at home in sort of pieces and you'd have a fully articulated toy? Or do you have to send it somewhere? No, I can fully print this. Just whether or not it works. See, that's the thing. With articulation, there is something to be said. Most articulated toys, while I speak a dialogue, I'll start Stream Raiders. Most articulated toys are done in 2 types of material, PVC and ABS. PVC is more flexible. ABS is typically not as flexible. Stream Ranger started. So that being said, me testing in resin is like testing in ABS. So if there's no forgiveness whatsoever, and by doing so, things could break very easily. So resin articulated toys are very difficult, and there's nothing. There's really no forgiveness there. So yes, I could print it myself. It's just a matter of whether or not it works. I did everything based off of a video that I found here that has been highly recommended to me by many people, and I think we've spoken about it a few times. If you just go to Zbrush Hasbro Toys, this very first one right here, Hasbro Toys, I followed this almost to the letter. But they deal with PVC and ABS. So on a manufacturing side, it's quite possible that my joints will work for them, but not work for my printer. So we don't know. Yeah. If you'd like, I'd be happy to show you. Shrek, please send your art. In fact, join my Discord, post it there. Come on in, hang out with some great people. And yeah, post your stuff. I would love to see it. I love seeing people's art, and I love seeing different styles. I love seeing different progresses. Please share. Yeah, I highly encourage it because we're all family here. When you're here, you're family. That's right. I'm stealing that slogan. They're almost out of business, right? I can almost take that. The scam calls are getting better. They changed to a real coffee reading their message. Oh wow, yeah. Real voice reading your message. I like the real coffee reading message though. Look at Martin coming in there hot with the Discord. Thanks, buddy. There, I posted it. Yay, let's look at it. Awesome. Let's take a look. Oh my goodness. Heck yes. Ooh, I love it. I'll tell you right now, the very first vibes I get, Saturday morning cartoon vibe. I love that style. Look how. And I love the expression. Look at these little stars. Nice. Very cool. I love it. They're just fun. I love it. Great job. Good stuff. All right, guys. You guys ready for the thunder? A little bit of thunder, a little bit of lightning. No beanie today. All right, here we go. So let's put everything in. We're also going to be deleting the things we don't really need. And this is where if you don't organize your stuff, it could definitely be weird. So here we have teeth. We're going to merge down some things. Move that up. Call this teeth. Shirt. All right. And we're going to merge this down. And this is her bra. That's her panties. This is hair clumps, which we're going to redo these hair clumps. So we're just going to get rid of those for now. I don't really need them. And we got something like this. And this is what I love about folders, is you can literally have your folder selected, come up to your, where are you, Subtool Master, and you can copy a folder. And then you can come into your Vegeta or your Vega. That's going to happen all day, I'm telling you right now. And we're just going to go ahead and insert a... Actually, no, we should just paste it. Just go ahead and come back up to Z plugin and paste folder. And it should bring everything over. And it looks like she's kind of laughing right now, so that's good. There's a crab oracle in the second one. That's a crab oracle, and the second one is a greater demon. They rejected superhero ideas. Also, greater demon is like cheese grater. Yeah, nice. All right, y'all, I got to get ready for photography gig. Take it easy. All right, have a good one, Berserk. Take it easy. Great seeing you. All right, all right, all right. So here we are. One on top of the other. Shroom Raiders, it's like meth. Yeah. Highly addictive. All right, and we're going to do the same thing with Vega. So we're going to go ahead and take a folder that we have here, and we're just going to start putting everything in its place. And so there's definitely a whole lot to do here. And if you're new to sculpting, or any art in general, and you're curious on why things look kind of crappy, don't worry, it gets better over time. Everything does. Sculpting is like a fine wine. You just gotta age it a few times before it tastes good, or you get old enough to enjoy it. But we're just moving everything of his into itself. We're actually gonna merge this his shoes together. We sculpted these shoes a little while back, and I really like them, so we're gonna go ahead and delete this folder of shoes. And now we have the shoe here. Go ahead and rename. We're gonna call this shoes. And everything, for the most part, is technically still a placeholder. It's not the final piece, but we're gonna go ahead and start posing this as is and how it should be, and then we're gonna go ahead and go from there. Also, what's Stream Raiders? Oh, but what is it exactly? Yeah, okay, card. Yeah, what card says? Okay. Am I gonna want more coffee? Yes. See, that's how they get you.
Is your Nino first, or are you gonna nurse that?
I'm gonna nurse it.
Okay. So I can go ahead.
Yes. Alright, so what we're gonna do before, so posing in Zbrush, if you guys have any questions while I do it, please feel free to ask. But posing in Zbrush is always a super fun process. That's not sarcasm. I actually really do enjoy it. But there's a lot of things that can happen in the meantime that things get broken. And yeah, oh, that's right, it's Friday. I just got notified that Shane Olsen is having his class today. And I'm like, oh man, I haven't been to one of those in a while. Alright. Alright, so let's go ahead and save. Let's go back to our ZBrush work. Our Chung-Li post. Here we go. So this is officially the starting point. And now we're going to move forward. Coffee? Yeah. Yes, Death. Coffee is happening soon.
I didn't brew.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, none is being brewed at the moment. Okay. So here we go. Time to pose. So in order to do the pose, we're going to go Z plugin. We're going to go to transpose master, and we're going to go to T-pose. It's going to take all of our visible subtools, group them into the same, into a same subtool, and then break it up so that we can actually see all the components. And we can start manipulating it as much as possible. So what we're going to do is actually hide Vegeta. I'm trying to say Vega and Vegeta. Vegeta. That's Vega and Vegeta mixed together. Brains. Yeah, Shrek, I think you might like Stream Raiders. If you like any type of fun RPG in any way, shape, or form, I think you might like it. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and mask. We're going to go ahead and bring her up. Now, this is how she's going to be. How's it gonna be? So we already could see here how off balance this whole thing is going to be. So, you know what? Here's what we're going to do. We're actually going to cancel out of this for a second, so let's go back. You could cancel out of this two ways. You never have to go back to transpose sub T to send it back. You can actually, it always creates a new file over here. So you could just go back to your other one. And let's actually take a look at the room in the movie of Street Fighter 2 where we're pulling this scene from. And we're going to go ahead and kind of see what that is. And we should probably build the room so that the pose makes sense. So, Street Fighter 2, the animated movie. Chun-Li's room. Let's see if we can get some information based on that. Of course, the shower scene pops up. That's awesome.
No.
All right, so we know we're kicking him through a wall. Let's see here. So I think what we should do is build the wall and the floor, and then from there start getting on how we're going to press him through it. Yeah. So I don't want to take away from the piece. So, and he's right up against the wall right before she double kicks him right through it. So let's just start building that aspect, and we'll add in the little details as we need it. All right. So let's go ahead and insert a cube 3D. Let's open this up. And let's actually drop this all the way out on its own folder, and we're gonna go ahead and call this the base. If I can spell today. Coffee! And then we're gonna go ahead, and I have this option here on the side, but if we go down to initialize, we have Q cube options. We're gonna set everything to 1 and then hit Q cube. And what this will do is give us a little tiny cube that we can work off of. Go ahead and hit Control W to make that a single poly. Now we're gonna solo this, and now we're just gonna kind of expand this out. And really here the idea is to build a base that will hold both characters that we can also key each character into without, of course, taking away from the characters themselves. It's always fun. And what will be the most fun is actually kind of destroying the wall. So, in fact, you know what we're gonna do? Yeah, this will be fine. Go. Let's get that here. See, I'm trying to think of how wide I want this. Let's make it kind of thin, actually. Let's make it about there. That should be fine. We'll end up putting some rebarb and stuff in it. And we're gonna go ahead and hit Control Shift D to duplicate it. And solo on. And we're gonna kind of put the base down right there. We're not building the full base right now. We're just getting the basic shape of how the base itself should be. Something like that. Let's come back up. We can actually scale this up. Be about there. Look, they're separated by a wall. It's like the Doctor and Rose right now. It's a little hidden secret for you guys. Hello! Hello! What are you? Alright, that got weird. Also, happy Friday, guys. Happy Friday. Okay. And we're going to go ahead and just merge this down into itself, even though it's still in the main folder. Let's go ahead and save it. Go ahead and just save that right there. We didn't really change much. So overwrite that file. Now we can go ahead and send this back. So let's go to Z plugin, transpose master, T-pose. There we go, there we go. All right. Now we can actually start really factoring in this a lot. So realize now I have this on the wrong side. We're gonna go ahead and put this here. Go ahead and set that right there. We're actually gonna make sure that we drop that down just a little bit so we can get the idea of where that's gonna be. Here, let's grab our mask lasso instead, and we could just quickly select that. Anyone watching WandaVision? Yes. Did they drop a new episode? No, I saw 2 episodes. I don't know if they dropped episode 3, but I'm loving it, and without any spoilers, it's amazing. I'm loving all of the little hidden things. If you're paying attention while watching it, they're definitely alluding to something that's really, really cool. I wasn't sure what the show was going to be based on what was going on, so it's a love letter to the American sitcom. It is. It really is. So, yes, I'm really excited. Okay. Let's make sure we grab everything. Sometimes you'll get some floating particles. Okay. Okay, cool. All right. Okay. So we're just gonna pose where he should be first. Now, his mask is actually not going to be on his face. Now, he doesn't have a face right now, but that's because we're gonna be putting her feet on his face. And so why spend time doing work you don't have to do? These are all things that you want to pay attention to when making full-on figures. Is if something's not going to be seen, there's almost no point in really making it, unless it's essential to, let's say, if it's essential to like maybe clothing or something. I'd say that's when I would make it, but yeah, if you don't have to, I wouldn't worry about it. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and take his hair. We're gonna start posing his hair a little bit. So let's hide this. So now we have this guy right here. And we're gonna go ahead and get that going like that. You can even hide some parts. Soften that up a little bit. Touch this. And when posing too, you are gonna break things, so it's okay to break it. I don't want to worry about it at all. But he has beautiful lengthy hair, so we need to break it. So we're gonna put his hair off to the side like that for now. And we're gonna go through a lot of these different poses, so the idea is just get the feel of it at the moment. Yeah, it's pretty cool. When episode 2 came on, I was like, what the? Yeah, they changed the living room, then I understood why. Exactly, yeah. They keep shouting things out like, that's a nod to Bewitched, or I Love Lucy. Yep, exactly. I really hope they do a Brady Bunch type nod, since while I don't care for that show at all, it definitely is a part of American sitcom culture, so.
Happy to see Elizabeth Olsen really get to act instead of just be an extension of Avengers.
Exactly. Yeah, her character was definitely cut short in the Avengers. Off topic. How dare you, Martin? I think I asked this before, but I would love to hear your opinion about creating portfolio pieces based off of movies. I've seen so many movies with these incredible environments, which would be stunning to create, but never was sure if that's value for a portfolio. Okay, Martin. Actually, dude, you asked some amazing questions, so kudos to you. So, in my most humble opinion possible, a portfolio can comprise of, and not limited to, fan art, original pieces, or anything in between. Realism, whatever you've seen. Because you're asking more specifically towards environments, I'm going to generically broaden that to pretty much anything. And I'll basically showcase my portfolio too while we talk about it. So we go to my portfolio. The thing is that a portfolio should say, this is what I can do. It doesn't matter what you're showcasing. If you if you're saying like, oh, I need to create an environment. If you replicate something that's iconic and everybody in the world just basically knows about it, I highly recommend doing that, because if somebody can recognize it for what it is, you've done your job. The flip side to that, the downside is if you recreate something that's too iconic, then something else could happen where you could say, oh, you ripped that off, or somebody could say, hey, that's not your work. But if you're doing like what I do, where I say like, look at my portfolio, nothing in here is technically original IP. Maybe these two bottom ones down here, but every one of you can recognize at least 5 of these characters out the gate. But for me, I'm just showcasing this is what I can do. Now, I'm not saying that any of this is my original work. I do classify it as Vegeta Super Saiyan Blue 3D print fan art statue. I do call it out that it is fan art or a take on the character. For something like Hollow Knight, it is a fan art statue. Gravity Falls. Again, I'm showcasing what it is and calling out what it is. But to be honest and to be 100% frank, your portfolio can consist of anything you want it to. Whether or not you feel comfortable with doing that, that's up to you. But if you are recreating something from concept, or that's an idea that is grounded in some sort of film or reality, I highly recommend doing that. Furthermore, environment artists, especially 2D artists, they take from reality all the time and showcase it. In fact, if you watch like Spirited Away, if you watch The Lion King, if you watch some like big iconic films, you'll see a lot of places that are real world that are recreated in animation. So you could try and pick and choose, real world environment and try to recreate, but if you can get an idea from a film, do that too. In fact, Bordy, I don't know if he's still here, he created a rifle for World War II, and then he created an environment that he saw in a game. He recreated it, and I thought it complemented it really well. So my opinion on it is your portfolio can be anything you want it to be. Just make sure it's your best work and that it's definitely showcasing your talent and your skill set up to date. So that's my recommendation on how you should do it. But I wouldn't limit myself on trying to reinvent the wheel each time. Create something that's already been done. Just make sure you do your best. And hopefully that makes sense. Thought about making Bernie and Mittens. I just don't have the time. By the time I do, the meme will be spent. Yep. Oh, of course, Martin. Of course.
It's cool.
It was just cool. I know somebody came up to me and said, hey, you know, you created a Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Could you do a Bernie? And I was like, if I have time. And then we started joking about buying time at the Apple Store. I know it's crazy. What I say to those things, Inspire, is that those are opportunities that you either have to make time to do it or you just kind of like let it pass you by. And for me, I'm letting that one pass me by. I don't really care to make a Bernie and Mittens. There's so many people who are already on that bandwagon that you're right. By the time we sculpt something, I'll probably be dead anyway. Hopefully it is, because my fear is that this little Bernie and Mittens meme is distracting people from paying attention to politics. We all have to do our part, people. That's all I'm going to say. Hashtag not keeping it political. But anyway. So yeah, I feel you, man. But yeah, Martin, of course, dude. Boop. All right. Okay. So I am definitely playing off of a heavy amount of anti-gravity here, guys. And so we want to make sure that things get done correctly. And that the weight is distributed correctly as well. So that being said, this is where keeping 3D printing in mind plays a big part in our sculpts. It's because we have to factor in gravity. And we're going to be doing an anti-gravity base, meaning that she is going to appear like she's floating, but she has to be grounded, or grounded's not a word. She has to be ground into the base. She has to be ground in some sort of, she has to be structured correctly. So notice I have his head peeking through. That's because we're going to break this wall, and he will be going through. That's why we didn't sculpt his face. No point in it. But we want to keep in mind that she'll be crushing his face into it. So this is pretty much the direction we want. Now let's go ahead and actually bring her legs together and pose all that stuff. So I'm gonna go ahead and do a bunch of good fun vibes. And also notice too, I'm not really caring about how perfect everything is. There's no need to get that crazy. Now the reality is we have to decide too if we're going to have her out like this or have it appear that she's pushing him through. And I'm going for the latter, the pushing it through part. So we're going to be bending her legs too. Yeah, we're doing a ladder. Yeah, it's fine. All right. Let it go, let it go. I don't want to sculpt Mittens anymore. Yeah, there you go, brother. All right. So I want her legs to be bent in a way that is going to make it seem like she's actually shoving him or about to shove him through a wall. So yeah, we have a lot to do here. Cold brew sounds good.
Trenta or
Trenta. Okay. Okay. So I'm thinking about lifting her up a little bit. We're also going to be posing our hands a little bit more. Actually, let's go back here. And let's actually grab this right here. Soften that. That there. We're gonna bring this forward a little bit. We still have to tear her shirt all over the place. Like, there's still so much to do. What a lucky man. All right. The other thing too is I'm also not focused on making sure I move all the subtools at the same time. I'm making sure that I'm actually moving one at a time because it's going to help me kind of restructure everything a little bit better. And we also want... I'm going to pretend she's doing flies. Like, she's reached out. So, naturally, your back would arch, your chest would puff up. There's a lot happening here, so when you're going to jump in the air like that, you're going to jump up and lunge your body up. So, we definitely want... What we want is actually a range of motion that's going to happen this way. So, we want to focus on getting her legs bent. As this comes up, it's going to flare out. And so that's what we want. So we are going to be really pulling her up too. So as we bend her arms, we're going to want to keep in mind how that all should be. So that's why I wanted to get the posing done too, because there's a lot of changes that are going to make the scene what it is. So not focus so heavily on the details. I feel like that just kills the sculpt. There we go. Soften that. So, I'm gonna kind of bend this down a little bit. And we're also gonna break symmetry too with her arms, so that it appears to be a little bit more natural. So nobody without really trying in their life can lift their arms, legs, and torso perfectly symmetrical in the air. I think maybe gymnasts at their top level could probably do that. And even that's going to be something. So, all right, we got Stream Raiders, and we'll come back to this. What I will be doing right now is I'm going to go ahead and hit T-Pose Mesh. When you're in T-Pose Mesh and you click T-Pose Mesh, it's going to give you a Save T-Pose Mesh option. When you're doing big changes, I highly recommend that you do this. So we're going to go to our hard drive, Vegeta statue, or Vega Chun-Li statue. Jesus. Hello, people are going to hear you, so I'm going to have to communicate telepathically. I don't know if I have the energy for that. He's at the doctor's office.
Oh.
Alright. Stream Raiders time! Look at that, black screen. There we go. Alright, here we go. Let's do it.
Message stop.
Can't communicate telepathically on himself. Too bad. All right. We did it. All right, guys. So, grant rewards to Cardane TWC Blank. You guys got it. All right, my quests are to get place 3 warriors, get a character up to level 20, and 75 assists. So, just keep doing what I'm doing. Got it. Okay. Drop a warrior. Bloop, there you go. That should be the easiest one to do. Alright. And back to... Tweet. Alright. Then back to our regular scheduled program. Alright. There we go. Alright. Just gonna kind of go ahead and, you know what? Sometimes you want to soften the mask when moving joints. Other times you don't. It's habit for me to want to soften it, but when moving arms, I recommend you don't. It'll give it a more natural bend to it. And then you can do stuff like this where you just kind of pull back the shape a little bit, relax, smooth it, and you're fine. So we're going for mid action at this point, not full. So, in fact, let's look up some stuff. I brought $2 in quarters to the doctor's, got myself a pack of M&M's for the vending machine. Don't be jealous. I know my life is awesome because I got M&M's. Oh, that's too much. Oh, Border, that's too much. I think I might drop in on Shane's stream later. It's been a while. Yeah, I saw that he went live, or that he's going to be doing his live, and I realized I hadn't been there in such a long time. I did get a chance to speak to him the other day, and that was nice. Alright, we were going to look up some poses. So, we're going to go to one of my favorite posing sites of all time, Figurosity, not a sponsor. But I paid for a year, so I might as well use it. And let's go to models. No, let's go to poses, sorry. Don't really care for models. Actually, we do want female. And we want jumping. And here we're just going to be using this site for reference. So we want to see if we can find something that's at least close to what we're going for. Actually, this one's pretty close, so we'll right-click, open that in a new tab. See if we can find something else. Just trying to get the feel and the shape of the body. This one's pretty good too. Might have to pull from different... A lot of times you're not going to find the exact reference that you want, but you can find something that's pretty close. Kind of just scrub through these. I know we could actually go through and we can add in jumping / fighting. Now, fighting usually contains a lot of just punch and kicks, but maybe there's a movement, because she is kicking. There's a movement we can take from. What do we got so far? We have this one. Let's go street level. And let's do muscles. Muscles. Load it. So if we flip this around, this is pretty close to the motion that we want, actually. So actually, that's pretty good. We can use that as reference. I like that. We don't need to look all day. Let's go ahead and scale this down a little bit. And let's see, if we pull up our reference, which should have loaded that beforehand. Let's go ahead and load. There we go. Here's our main reference. So here you can see her body's up, arched, even though her legs are fully extended in this shot. This is the position in which we're going to be getting that sculpted. So it's pretty close. Oh, by the way, your anime model kit came. Nice! That's awesome. That's freaking awesome, dude. Can't wait to get your opinion on it. Actually was talking to a company, and they were very intrigued and was notifying me that there's a lot of anime figures that are highly desirable at this moment. Like, anime's just huge, and they really liked my style. I wanted to see more anime figures, and I was like, I'm actually working on one right now. So I might do some more personal anime projects because I love anime anyway, so I might as well kind of jump on that bandwagon, I think. There we go. Let's actually control the smooth itself down a little bit. I can actually drop that just a bit. I think the only thing that would hinder me about doing anime is I don't speak fluent Japanese, only bits and pieces, so I think if I was going to go that direction, I may want to learn Japanese a little bit more. Okay, let's actually soften that a little bit right there. I'm gonna go ahead and really push that out like such. Let's go ahead and take a look at what we got so far. Gonna need to change this shirt up a bit. There we go. Smaller than I expected, but it should help. There doesn't seem to be a whole lot of people making them. Yeah, there really isn't. There's only a few people making. Right now, the trend is hyperrealism, but anime is highly desirable. And the people I was speaking with, they were informing me that whether or not we did business together was immaterial. His tip for me was actually, if I wanted to really get into some more high-end figures, while Sideshow was actually a good direction, he was actually saying that anime would be a really good second direction to go in. So to kind of keep both styles of mine going, pushing that hyper realism, but also pushing that anime style. So I thought that was kind of cool, and I love anime, so it wasn't really a hard sell for me, to be honest. So I might start doing a little bit more anime here too, especially since it got some traction when I did post a few of my anime projects. So it can't hurt, you know? Yeah. Yeah, specializing anime, I'm pretty sure you're gonna get a job offer in Japan. Yeah, that would be so awesome. Well, I'm already learning to speak Japanese. Jesus Christ. Japanese a little bit more. Guy, I told you I'm not feeling well. Please don't judge me on this stream alone. Judge me on multiple ones. They're all the same, but this is really bad. I'm starting to learn it a little bit more. You know, so yay, anime sculpting, yay, awesome. Yeah, the Brava is so close to being finished. Nice. I can't wait to see her too. Inspire you definitely gonna have to showcase that one. Although I'll be 100% honest, she's like my least favorite character in the whole series, but I always appreciate people who decide to take the lower characters and showcase them, and you're doing a great job with it, so I can't wait to see what comes of it. Okay, I actually might push that sleeve because Gravity would not have that sleeve here. The way she's going, that sleeve would actually get bunched up quite a bit, so we're gonna go ahead and isolate this right here. We're actually gonna take this and we're gonna pull up our transpose cloth, really soften that. And we're gonna pull this back. Yeah, we're gonna pull that back a lot, kind of bunch up the wrinkles a little bit. This is where that transpose cloth really does a great job, because we can even start to see like how those wrinkles will showcase. Now it is kind of broken a little bit, so we'll have to fluff that up a bit, but I think that's already going to be working out the way I want it to. Let's turn double on so we can see the underside of it, and we can kind of blow this up a little bit. And worst case scenario is that we completely break this shirt, and then we'll just make another one. It's really not that hard. This shirt was probably the easiest thing to do. I do normally recommend making clothing in pose. It's just easier for static statues, but that's okay. That's just my personal preference. And we're even going to be pulling her shirt down, because Gravity would say that this is going to be coming down like this. There's no way in hell that's actually going to be attached to her, so we have to make sure that we do that right. First stage of Japanese learning, name butchering. Second, forgetting the English language. What's gonna come next? Exactly, Martin. Exactly. If we don't make fun of you, how will you learn? Exactly. I appreciate all of the judging and joking. For some reason, I always pick the oddball characters. That's because, you know, I appreciate and love the oddball characters. And I think for me, that's because they're underappreciated. And it's interesting because La Brava's and Gentle Criminal's story arc was very just was small, you know. Spoilers, slight spoilers, as in like story arc, but not actual details. You know, that story arc was so small. We just came off of a really big story arc, and all of a sudden we got something that was small and barely a season. So, so yeah, I think it's important to showcase those characters too, because it also was a turning point for Midoriya. So, the way he chose to fight Gentle Criminal was very telling of what kind of hero he's going to be. Almost pointless, but showcasing those gloves. How hard is learning Japanese in your experience so far? The hardest part is speaking it. Hold on a second. Sorry, my throat's all over the place today. The hardest part is finding somebody to talk to. I understand more by listening right now. And some advice I got for learning a new language, especially as an adult, because it's harder when you're an adult, is just listening to it a lot. So I've been listening to it a lot and picking up little things and trying to emulate small phrases. But because I don't have anybody, I don't know anybody who's Japanese. I know there are apps that I could jump onto, but I feel a little self-conscious about it right now because I don't know. I feel a little self-conscious about it. I don't know. It's just something I'm gonna have to get over. But the hardest part for me right now is literally just trying to say some of the things. I understand a little bit of the context of it, as in like there's a sentence structure to be aware of. So I'm trying to be a little bit more aware of that. But it's a little bit backwards from English, so it's interesting. But I've always wanted to learn it, and somebody recommended to me that I learn Mandarin, but then I had somebody else recommend that I should learn Japanese first, because then Mandarin might be easier to learn. So yeah, I don't know. It's all interesting. Just trying to say certain things, but I have certain basic phrases down. So I'm getting it. I think I'm getting it. It's gonna take a while. I'm not gonna be the guy who could speak a language overnight. That's just not gonna happen. I know there are some people who could pick up languages quickly. I wish that was the case for me, but I guarantee it's not gonna be it. Oh, Japanese, yeah. You could talk with me. Really? You know Japanese? I'd be happy to help you learn Japanese. I need to sleep now too. Oh my gosh, really? That would be so awesome. Yeah, we'll see if they make an appearance in the next season. I bet they do. Yeah, that would be so cool. I have Rosetta Stone, and I also have this book. I need to really start. We'll go full screen. I have this book. This was highly recommended to me. So this was pretty cool. I want to get into this a little bit more. I think I'm gonna start dedicating like 20 minutes a day to this book. I think that would be the best way to do it. And then yeah, speaking with somebody. Can you read hiragana? No, I cannot read hiragana. Right now, I can count to 10, and I can count in Japanese, but I don't understand when things like, I know nana is 7, but that's not the traditional way of saying it, so I know there's certain things. And then I can pick up certain phrases, like how to say thank you, you're welcome, good morning, that sort of stuff. You can learn to read in 2 hours. Anything to use Dr. Moku? That would okay. Anything, you know, if you could do me a favor, I need to sleep. DM me in Discord. Let's chat. I'm really serious about learning another language, and Japanese has always been one of the languages on my bucket list to learn. And that would be really great. Any help would be perfect. And a massive, massive thank you already ahead of time. And I will bug you so much. I'm starting with Mandarin. Nice. Oh, yes. Yeah, I heard Mandarin is the second most popular language in the world. Spoken by over, what did they say? Like 17 million people in the world alone speak Mandarin as a first language. So, and it makes sense too because, you know, sure the US is going to be doing more business with China over time. Either that or China's going to be really taking over the business aspect. So it's going to be all an interesting experience. Okay. Slide into his DMs. Yeah, it's very interesting. Yeah. And it's like English and Japanese. Yeah, I've heard Mandarin is their sentence structures are identical to the English language, whereas Japanese it's not. Which I gather that just listening to it. Like I was watching Agugetsu last night. I watch it subtitled. Although what I'm wanting to do, and I heard this is a great way too, is if you want to learn a language, and you know the show exists both in your native language plus whatever language you want to learn, and you understand the show as a whole, turn off subtitles and listen to it in that language. So I'm thinking about starting up Dragon Ball Z again, or Dragon Ball Super, but only in Japanese. Plus, I mean, that Frieza's laugh. It's the best laugh ever in Japanese. So I'm probably going to watch Dragon Ball Z or Super again, but I'll watch it solely in Japanese. And I hear that's a great way, too, to start understanding the language. But just got to, like articulation and retopoing, you just got to get your boots dirty and get in there. The secret of the Japanese is the verb. Is it? Okay. That's good to know. Well, I'm really excited. I'm really excited to learn it. I mean, you probably have an idea, but I am super excited about it. I can't begin to tell you. The sushi place I go to once in a while, they were surprised when I when I was like, "Arigatou gozaimasu," when I got my order. They were like, "Oh." I was like, yeah, I'm trying. I feel like I'm always self-conscious because I'm well aware that I fumble words all the time. I probably, as a kid, should have been checked for like a speech impediment or something. But I know I butcher stuff a lot, so I try not to. That's why I tell people don't judge me on my ability to speak. Yeah, your sister's pretty good at that laugh too. There's a page with the subtitle in hiragana in English. If you click it, it gives you the word of the translation. Oh, nice. Okay, great. That's so awesome. Oh, I'm so excited now. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and take this part right here. We're gonna soften this up. We have the cloth transpose tool, and we're gonna be kind of pushing this up a little bit and raising that up like such. Like I said, there's a lot of breaking happening here with the posing itself, but don't ever be afraid to break your model. you're gonna have to resculpt it anyway, so it's best just to kind of get the sense of it. Also, too, look at it from afar. Like, how is that looking to you? She looked like she's falling or kicking. Right now, she looks like she's falling, so it's not exactly what we want, but it's getting there. It's animal name long. Annie Melong.
That protect you.
Now I can finally listen and watch. Lunchtime, yay! Alden, hello. Hey, I made a. It was funny as I spent so much time articulating yesterday. I made a comparison that made sense to me when I was like, there was a moment I was getting a little frustrated, and I thought, oh, articulating for toys is like retapuing for games. It's like, yeah, this is the part that just, it's the same repetitive thing over and over again, because you only have a few joints to pull from. So you pick a joint that you're gonna go and work with, and then you just dive in deep. Yeah, to learn a language, the best thing you can do is learn to teach it. Oh, that's cool. Well, that makes sense, because that's partly how I really started sculpting. Like, really started when I started live streaming and showing people my methods and stuff like that. People would come in and ask questions, and yeah, I just started teaching what I knew, and then that made me learn even more. So I definitely believe in that method 100%. Okay. Okay. Thank you. All right, we're gonna go ahead and just grab her as a whole. Up. Tell you right now, you always get this thing happening here. Gonna have to fix the shoe. I accidentally pulled on that a little bit. It's okay. Okay. Yeah, the real problem with Japanese is the Haji. This is the most difficult part. That's what I've heard, yeah. Alright. You know what? The more I look at her, I think I realize what I want to do. There we go. Gonna grab this section right here, grab this section right here. Kind of soften this up a little bit. There we go. I think what I want to do is actually kind of bend her up a little bit. They look like Titans. That's, or maybe I've been watching too much Attack on Titan episode. Probably a little bit of both. They do kind of look like Titans right now. Yeah, I get that for sure. And go ahead and spring her legs up a little bit. Oops, this is the cloth transpose. Don't do that. You'll really break some stuff. There we go. Ah, right there. I always have to watch out for this. I don't understand why it doesn't always grab all the vertices at once. It's kind of a little Zbrush feature. There we go. Now we can grab this. Kind of rotate her around this way. There we go. Yeah. It's already starting to look a little bit better. It's going to take some work to get that right, so we're going to leave them separated for now. But you're getting the sense of what's actually happening. So we're going to go ahead and hit T-pose mesh one more time. Let's go to our drive, and let's actually save that. And we'll overwrite that. The reason for the save is that if I crash it, I can go ahead and reload and then load that in, and it should be no problem. Hello, how are you doing? So how much backtracking did you have to do while working on articulation? Honestly, Talon, not too much. I had to redo the leg a few times. The elbow I had to do a few times, but from what I can gather, I didn't have to go back too much. Live Boolean really saved me, so I was able to kind of see what each cut would look like before I committed to it, and that was the awesome part. I emphasize lady. Damn, Best Buy got stock on the 5900s just 20 minutes ago. Now it's gone. Yeah, not surprised, dude. That's a bummer. You gotta be on that like white on rice. Go. Kind of get that going like that. I still can't wait to shred this shirt. So there's a lot that's going to be torn. In fact, we can even open that up a little bit because that's how the scene is. In fact, this whole shirt area is just torn to bits. So let's do a relax smooth. And then let's really open that up. And luckily I made a good decision with how the arm should be. So we're going to go ahead and kind of soften that there. Bring this in. Let's really push that back. She's really... We're going to be making her hands fist as well. So really just kind of breaking this whole thing. In fact, let's actually just do that here. Let's grab her shoulder. You want to make sure that we bend it from the actual joint. It makes it easier a little bit. There we go. Even rotate it down just a little bit. There we go. Ooh. The hair is flowing today, yeah. Yep, absolutely. Yeah, it was a wash right now, Inspired. Getting a card right now is worse than the most idiocy gotcha pulls. Exactly. Yeah, it's crazy. Seems like nobody's working on the 3080 Ti, and I think they should rather fix the stocking problem instead of developing new cards. Yeah. Well, you know, we are still witnessing issues in export-import due to the pandemic. I know that that's definitely some of it, so... But yeah, you're right. I mean, yeah, it all depends. Who knows what the direction our ideals are. It's so hard to figure out. Just hoping the US actually gets a little bit better on that stuff. Okay. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and rotate this. Come bring this around. Kind of rotate that back a little bit. See here, we really kind of broke this. So we're gonna do a relaxed smooth. And always add more wrinkles. And then let's fix her shoulder real quick, and then we'll get the Stream Raiders. There we go. Not too concerned again about the breaking aspect of her body because we're going to have to resculpt a lot of it, so it's okay to really push it to those limits. And this is going to be one that's going to test all of those limits. Alright, let's go ahead and save this again. And then let's go to Stream Raiders. Keep wanting to go into Vegeta. It's so habit. I spent 10 hours working on Vegeta yesterday. That's all I could think about. It's like Nintendo Switch. Let's create. Oh, you recommend this book to me? Oh wow. Okay, cool. All right, I'll have to take a look at that. It's like Nintendo Switch. Let's create the false shortages for the demand the demand are advertising for us. Could be, yeah. Indeed. I really don't understand what I was thinking behind it. It's like mini. Your actual customers have the technology. Why introduce so many different models? Again, it's a power play. It's a money thing. Probably closer to the mark for G do a cat. Yeah, exactly. Guys in the U.S. happy about the new president? So far, I mean, time's gonna tell when it comes to a new presidency. To kind of make things, I don't want to go too far into politics, so don't usually do it on the stream, but I don't mind talking generically about it. My full opinion on the matter is that it's only going to take time to showcase what's happening. There's been a lot of damage in the last 4 years, so trying to get past all of that, it's going to take time. Nothing's going to be fixed overnight, so we'll see. I mean, he's only been in office 1 day, and he already has the world against him. I'm happy that Cheeto Puff is out of the office, but I was always comparing. See, I'm an independent. I'm not Democrat or Republican. I'm independent. So I want what's best for the nation and the people within that nation. That's how I've always viewed things. Everybody's a little bit a toe to one direction. So you're either on the left, toe to the right, or you're on the right, toe to the left. That's the generic consensus from the amount of people I've met and spoken to in my life. Yeah, we did it. PWC blank and Witch Cat. There you go. But to be 100% honest and frank about it, the Democrats are in a rare position that they could either do a lot of good or a lot of abuse. And we'll see. We'll see what they do. I hope that the Republicans get their heads out of their ass, and on the Senate front at least, and actually will do stuff for the greater good. But we'll see. It's hard to say. Yeah, I'm with you on the political banner. Exactly. I want what's best for the American people. And right now, the American people are hungry and angry and starving. And the rich are rich and the poor are poor. It's tough. It's a tough position to be in. So I want what's best for us. And if this guy can do it, then he better do it. And again, he has everything. Everything is on the Democratic side. And already Republicans are saying they're going to filibuster and cause issues. And that's stupid. Why fight? Like you spoke a good game. Now you don't want to. It's just stop. Get on the same page. Let's do it. We can turn this around and be a beacon of hope and light for the world and ourselves too. It's just crazy. We can do a whole lot of stuff. I'm also independent. The Cheeto leaving office made it feel like I can breathe again. Yeah, but we'll see what they actually do worthwhile. So far, I'm hopeful. Indeed, same here. I am very hopeful. But here's what really needs to happen, in my opinion. And then we're going to go back to sculpting and just have fun with that. What really needs to happen is news organizations need to stop being political driven or party driven. They need to say the news as it is. Stop with this bullshit. No inherent truth. Say your facts and be done with it. Stop giving me your opinion. I don't want a ESPN argument for 3 hours where 4 people can't get along. Tell me the facts. Tell me what happened so I can be abreast and informed correctly. Fox News, I'm really talking to you. It really needs to stop. NBC is guilty of it too. CBN's guilty of it, CNN's guilty of it. Even BBC is sometimes guilty of it. Just give me the facts. That's what I want. Once the news outlets start acting more like news and journalists should, things will be a lot better. You need a bipartisan view in order to give the news correctly, and that hasn't happened in a long time. And it's helped cause the wedge in our nation. So that needs to happen. So they just fight for the sake of fighting. It's not about opposition for the sake. It's so silly. Absolutely. Oh, brother, news outlets are so biased. It's gut wrenching. I know, right? It's so ridiculous. Shots fired. Pew 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 pew. So anyway, that's my take on it. But I just want what's best for the people. And damn it, everybody deserves to to pursue happiness. So let's hope we can get there. We can get there. And going back on the Paris Accords and all that stuff, I feel like Biden needs to walk the walk. He's talked a big game. Let's see if he can do it. And a telling point, I think a telling point will be how he chooses to deal with Republicans who no longer have the majority in the Senate. Because if Republicans just want to filibuster, then when it comes time to voting, Democrats will have to choose how they want to vote. Kind of need to put people back in their place a little bit. I read something today about them trying to do something to change how journalism works and hold them accountable. Ooh, yeah. They didn't mention any network specifically, but Fox reacted as we would expect Fox to react. Exactly. Absolutely. No, they should be, goddammit, and so should Facebook. Absolutely. Facebook should be accountable for all their bullshit. Twitter as well. These social media networks also should be accountable. Facebook was what helped. This is what I understand based on what I've read, so my facts could be wrong. I'm going to disclaim right there. But Facebook was partially to blame for the Armenian genocide that's currently going on. Not the genocide, but the Armenian issue that's happening now, the fight that's happening now in their country. Countries that came in to attack were given phones with Facebook, and the dictators and the leaders were posting their stuff on Facebook. I might have the country wrong, but I've heard that other countries are using Facebook to push their political narratives, and that's not good either. So platforms need to be accountable on where they reside in the country. How we do that, I don't know. There's a lot of gray area that needs to be looked at, but I don't know. Yeah, it's all tricky, right? Like, it's all something. I don't know. We can't just sit there and let things go by either. We have to be able to at least act on it. We have to be able to at least make a decision. So, I don't know. Does that make sense, guys? So, let's not rant too much. You know what I'm saying? All right. Yeah, but who knows? Who knows what the direction's gonna be? Yeah, makes sense. Yeah. So, I don't know. Whatever the direction is, it's definitely have to be something. I mean, especially if we think too, I think we're pretty much on the same page. Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, it's crazy. It's all just interesting at the moment. That's the only way I can really put it. It's an interesting time. But anyway. Okay, changing topic. How's everybody else doing? Yeah, this whole can get deeper though. It really can, yeah. It really can. We've privatized our public spaces essentially, and privatized public spaces we're owned by corps. Yeah, are owned by corps taking tax breaks from FedUp. So, yep. And here we are. We want to see aliens. We can't even get along. They don't want to visit us. Definitely interesting. Yeah. Yep. Well, lobbyists need to leave the government. Government needs to get rid of lobbying. We live in an era that you can do a lot from the web. Live stream your campaigning. I don't know. Yeah, it's crazy. It's all crazy. Okay. So looking at this pose. Oops, wrong one. There we go. All right, we're gonna go ahead and kind of scoot this forward a little bit. We're gonna have to stagger his body a bit, but I want him. I mean, look, I think I want him pushed halfway through this wall. Yeah, that's why we didn't sculpt his face, really. So let's go ahead and minimize these. Yeah, let's do that. Is that Chun-Li flying in the sky? Yes, it is! Hey, Quentin, how you doing, buddy? Yep, we got Chun-Li versus Vega. This is a scene taken out of Street Fighter, the animated movie, back in 1994. One of my favorite Street Fighter movies. So, let's actually look up somebody that says, let's look up somebody who's appears to be staggered a little bit. Let's get some reference there. So Ian, when a toy company wants you to make a toy for them, how does that work business-wise? Like, do they keep paying a bit after the toy comes out? That's a really good question. The answer is dependent on the contract that you sign. Yeah, 1994 VHS. Let's see. Staggered. How do you spell that? Staggered man. Cool. Yeah, that it depends on the contract you sign. So for the most part, no, royalties aren't factored from what I gather in some of the toy companies I've been talking to. We're not doing royalties. It's all paid for at the time. I quoted 3 companies in the last week my fees, and now I'm just waiting on the LLC to go through for at least 2 of them, and then the other one will be doing business with China, and with a company built within down in Long Beach. So we'll have to see what they say, but I quoted them based on a rate of about $40 an hour. So for 12 weeks worth of work, I basically quoted them $20,000 and said I can do these, because it was multiple figures, not just one. Usually it take about 4 weeks to get a figure out. So for me, it was about 3 sculpts, 1 fighting base, another one was standalone figures, and then 2 of them articulated. So yeah. So definitely have to negotiate the contract. You know, you can ask for it, but companies come at you one of 2 ways. What are you charging, or here's what we'll pay you. That's kind of it. Okay. Wow, I'm not getting a whole lot of staggered person. Okay, let's go more specific. Falling man. Might see some really terrible stuff. Okay. He's getting kicked back, though. So something more like this might be appropriate. Ain't nobody falling comfortably. Ugh. Okay. Something like that might be a decent direction. Okay. Oh, okay, well, that's interesting info. Thanks. Just curious how it works. Yeah, it's all... Nice bit of kicks. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it all depends on what you agree to and what they're willing to pay. At the end of the day, it's whatever they want to pay you. You know, not sure how freelancing for games would work, but I would imagine it's all contract. So whatever the contract is, that's what's going to be agreed to. So you just have to kind of say what you can do, be honest about it. That was something too that they were all saying, like, hey, be really, really honest about it all. Oh, there's that star, and I thought that was broken geometry. That's a star that I have in this file. Ooh, who be raiding? Hey, Welcome in, welcome in. Hello, hello. Raid time! Welcome, welcome, Raiders. You caught us at a good time. Sculpting some fun. Chun-Li versus Vega. That's gonna be an interesting piece nonetheless. Really game oriented. Hello, hello. Ooh, I love it, I love it. We're doing a big sculpt fight piece scene between Vega and Chun-Li, guys. Welcome in. And we're having fun talks. I'm really game oriented, but I definitely enjoy hearing about how the other side of 3D environment works. Yeah. No, it's all very interesting. It's an interesting world. You basically, what I recommend doing, and this is what I've been doing, is look up what it takes to be a contractor. Because that's essentially what we are. We're contractors for hire. We have a very specific skill, and we know how to find people. Hey, Friendly Pyro, thank you so much. How are you doing? Sarah, how are you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. How is everybody's Friday? Happy Friday, everybody. I am kind of feeling a little bit under the weather, so I'm not my cheerful self. So I do apologize for that. Thank you, Night Bunny. I appreciate it. Yo, Ian, what headset do you use? I have the Astros 51. A51s? Is that what it is? Astro A10s. I don't even know what I'm doing. Astro A10, very comfortable headset. There's a wonderful formula online determining what appropriate freelancing hour rate should be. Oh, yes. Yes, that's right. You were telling me about that. I'm going to bookmark that myself. There it is. Okay, cool. But yeah, essentially that's what we are. I mean, we're freelance. We're contract. So yeah. All right, so just so you guys get an idea, especially new raiders, this is him. So this will be Chun-Li pushing Vega through her bedroom wall. So this is a placeholder, obviously, for the wall, but this will give us a sense on how it is. And she is going to be really up close and on his face. So he doesn't have a face because we're going to be bashing it in. So, yeah. I'm so bad at figuring out what my rate should be. So, yeah. Lucky to have a game studio gig right now. Nice! Cool, congratulations. Yeah, I've been freelancing real heavily this last 6 months. And I have people knocking on my door now, and it feels really good. Because things are getting a little shaky and dicey for a bit. Hello! Okay, I'm just telling people right now. I butcher names, I'm really, really sorry. So Bloybot 2007, is that how you say it? Hello. Yeah, I really enjoy reading like job posting for games. Not really because I plan to run out and try to get one, but only because I'm like, okay, what skills do I need to learn to be doing this quote function? Exactly. I'm not a freelancer, not my cup of tea. Yeah. I wasn't much of a freelancer either, but the pandemic kind of forced my hand. And that's okay. I'm okay with that. You know, I gotta feed kids, so whatever I need to do it, I will. There's nothing more comforting to hear what other artists are doing as well. No, absolutely. And I'm pretty open about it too, so feel free to ask away. If you have any questions, I'll answer it as best I can. But yeah, it's trying to you know, showcase a demand or a skill set that is in demand. That gets tricky sometimes, so it's definitely best to just kind of, especially doing that, Talon, where you're really trying to see what companies are looking for. I think that's a great approach, because then you'll have an idea of like what software they might be looking for, what other artists who are applying, what their skill sets are. You can get a lot of information. through all that. So I think that's a really good, solid approach. For me, it's been a little interesting because I work with toys and I work with static statues, trying to figure that out. It's not as open as games are. If that makes sense. At least I haven't seen a lot of studios be as open about it. This has all been like learn as I go. So, how's the sound quality? I just bought the SteelSeries Art 1 and I'm not a fan of the sound quality. This sound quality is really good. I really like it, but I had to do some tweaking to the settings on my computer to make it sound better than it is. But out the gate, these were actually really comfortable and the sound quality is really good. Hard to read my name because Oi is Norwegian and it means fun. Oh, nice. Okay, cool. Good to know. Feeding the kiddos is super important. Yeah, just a little bit. Yeah, Quentin, I recommend these, and they weren't that expensive either. So that's good. I love it already. Nice. Thank you. Thank you. Well, super appreciate the raid again. Got a lot of fun stuff happening. This project I already figured was going to take like a couple weeks easily. We're on week 2. And not too bad. But we're really going to push. It's going to be pushed a little bit between anime and hyper-realism, so definitely got a few things to clean up, like all of it. Okay, thanks. Yeah, fingers crossed, my Mookie. Yeah, finally day of growth. Yay! All right. Okay. Kind of gonna bend this up a little bit. And I want to rotate just a little bit. Can't remember if the claws were off or not when he got his ass kicked. I think they remained on. So we're gonna leave them on. Also, I think it just puts the piece together a little bit more. There we go. Kind of bring that down just a bit. Okay. Now we're gonna hide his hair. There we go. That way we can move his other arm a bit more. This is what's neat about having a subdivided model, even super low, is that we can really just kind of manipulate the geometry without overly breaking it, but we still are breaking it. Kind of rotate that around. I mean, if I was getting kicked in the head, I think I'd want to bring this hand up a little bit. There we go. Yeah, I think I'd want to bring this arm up. I'm right hand dominant. So my tendency to bring this arm up would actually be pretty heavy, I think. Let's see. What is your favorite thing you've made so far? My favorite thing I've made so far is my Darth Grogu. It is by far my most favorite thing, and it's on my... It's this guy right here. This is my favorite thing, hands down. I love it. Everything about it, from the idea to the print, it's glorious on so many levels. So I just love this thing so much. Definitely my favorite thing, for sure. My second favorite thing, is, to be honest, is actually my Gwenum. And both are fully printable and actually are for free on my ArtStation. The only two free statues on my ArtStation. Everything else is on my Patreon. But definitely, yeah. Is your second monitor a mobile phone or sculpts when you make a lot of mistakes reading messages? No, it's just my inability to read correctly. I'm terrible. Thank you. So if you were to make, yeah, yes, let's blame the 10 inches, not the 25 inches next to me, just the little 10 one. So if this were made physical, how would she be adhered to his face? And do you think about balance issues with a stand? Oh, yes. So I sculpt with 3D printing in mind. That is, everything I make, okay, not everything. I'd say 90% of what I make gets 3D printed. Because I'm into toys and I have exotic and extremely crazy ideas, I want to make sure that it's always translatable. So when making a sculpt, something like this will be for 3D print. But I will tell you right now, yeah, the thing I'm more focused on right now is balance. So I'm keeping a triangular shape with how I want this to be weighted, and I'm also keeping in mind how I'm going to print this. So, for example, this wall and floor, which will be the main base of the sculpt, is actually going to be the majority of the weight, which will ground its center of gravity about here. That being said, she's obviously off base, so what I'm planning on doing is once she's attached to his head, certain aspects, her face will get printed with his face, so that way it will be solid and actually hold the weight coming off this way. So this is going to be what we call an anti-gravity base, and in order to successfully pull it off, you need to make sure where the center of gravity lies, factor that, and then put all your weight there, and also all your weight underneath that center of gravity, so that when it stands without any problem and gives you that illusion that you're looking for. So hopefully that answers your question. Winner! That's right, Zara. That's right. By the way, Zara, what were you working on? And shout out to you, by the way, for the raid and just being an awesome person. What were you working on? Also, please tell me if I'm pronouncing your name right. You made this? So sick. Yes, thank you. Yeah. Yeah, right now we're still in what I call the Valley of the Suck. Some projects, big projects, you kind of stay there longer, but it's definitely on its way. How long did Gwenum take you? Gwenum took me about, I want to say about 20 to 25 hours to get it done the way I wanted it to get done, which includes slicing and prepping for 3D print. Yeah. Which, by the way, guys, it is, there's this wonderful company, 3D Atlas Support, or Atlas 3D Support, making sure I say that right. They are doing amazing stuff, and they are actually helping me with the supports for those models. I will actually show you their Twitter. Drop a link for you guys. Why can't I find anything? Where is he? Support monkey! Should have been ready for that. There we go. But yeah, they do some really fun stuff, and they've been definitely helping a lot with printed supports and stuff, so if you guys want to check them out, definitely do that. Okay. You did Gwenum in the 24-hour stream, so it was probably under 24 hours. No, did I do that? No, I thought I did Violator in 24 hours. I did Violator in that 24-hour stream, which I'll show you that one, which was this one right here. This was Violator. He is one of the rare ones that did not get 3D printed yet, but I've had a few people reach out and say, can you please 3D print this? There's a lot of issues when it comes to 3D printing with him. So I'm keeping that aware, but if this is something you guys do want to see 3D printed, I will definitely start that process. And actually, you know, depending on some live streams, I might actually showcase how that's done. But here was the concept art done by Todd McFarlane himself. And then I took that and kind of made my own little spin on it. I wasn't going for the exact comic feel, but I did really push it as hard as I could at the time. And I did this in 24 hours, including the render. All right, my bad, long time ago. Yeah, it was. It felt like a lifetime ago. Last year is a total blur. Definitely don't blame me on that. So, okay. Speaking of such, we're actually gonna go ahead and get rid of, not get rid of, but like hide these elements here. I think what we're gonna end up doing is manipulating his leg just a bit more. Up like that. Again, we are going to be breaking this, and there's going to be need for repair, but that's okay. If we break things too much, we can always zero mesh it and rebuild it. But when sculpting models, you're going to break. It's just going to happen. That's what happens in pose. Yeah, there we go. And notice too, I'm kicking his leg up a little bit more. And that's also gonna be part of the weight of the figure. So, yeah, a lot of sculpting for printing is all about factoring in how something is going to be made. And also, trying to keep things not so rigid. Kind of angle his foot down a little bit in here. But yeah, I would say on average, if I'm working off of a concept and I'm sticking solely to the concept, I could bust something out in about 8 hours. But a lot of times a really high detailed model can take you anywhere between 15 to 25 hours if you're dedicating nothing but time to it. So, okay, we got Stream Raiders again. And as you can see here, I've been posing this for almost an hour and a half. So, all of this just takes time. And I'm coming up here to Z plugin, T-Pose Mesh, and I'm actually saving my progress in case I get a Zbrush crash, which has been known to happen from time to time. I've never met a program that doesn't crash, but Zbrush loves to do it. Stream Raider! You're featured on Atlas's Instagram. I am, yeah. They are amazing. They're an amazing company, and they wanted to talk to me about how I did Darth Grogu, and I was fortunate enough and honored to be interviewed by them, and it was such a great and rewarding experience. Hey, Manifold Video. I am working on a fight scene between Vega and Chun-Li, complete personal project, and will be 3D printed. And right now we're posing, and so there's a lot of suck going on right now, which tends to happen, but yep, that's what we're working on. I'm loving it. Actually, the pose is starting to come together a little bit more. Just a little bit at a time. Okay, Stream Raiders! Thank you. Here we go. Oh, thank you for the follow. All right, let's get it, let's get it. Now we're doing Stream Raiders to keep my mind distracted and not super focused in. So if you want to play, jump on in. Whoop whoop, there we go, guys. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. All right, TWC Blank, Witch Cat, and Carday. There you go, there you go. All right, we got a gold loyalty chest coming up. That's really what I was going for all along. And of course, so I'm gonna put my guy right there. There we go. Warrior placed. Perfect. All right. Yeah, so we still got a lot to do with this guy, but it's coming together. And we're probably going to sculpt little tiny facial features on him, but only enough to showcase as her feet will be pressing his head in there. So whatever we do sculpt is going to be very minimal on that face front. That's why I kept it blank. And we still got to break the wall and get all that together. So yeah, this is coming. I'm really enjoying this, actually. What we're going to do is actually lengthen this wall. Instead of manipulating his feet, we're going to be lengthening this. And I think I want one of his feet to be ground down into the base. I think I want that like that. Maybe not as... Maybe we need to bend it a bit more. Maybe that's what we'll do. We'll actually come in here and we'll just bend his foot. Like such. But yeah, they're an amazing company. There we go. We're actually going to bend his foot down like this. There we go. Kind of heel up approach. And again, we'll push that there. And then what we'll do is we'll actually bend his shoe, the tip of his shoe. Go. Like that. There we go. There we go. Like he's getting knocked off his heels a little bit. And we'll kind of just push that down. Yeah, there we go. Now what we could do is actually take the move brush now. We can just kind of pull that up and move it a bit. Again, we'll have to rebuild it a little bit, but it won't take that much cleanup. And it's not like the focus is the shoe, so you don't have to stress on every little nook and cranny. We can just go in and just give a nice little tiny repair. That pushes sock in a little bit. There we go. There. Okay. Now what's really cool, okay, so here's the thing. So what we're gonna do at this point real quick. So I've something happened back here which kind of broke it. So there is a little bit of a trick that we can do. We can go ahead and actually send this back. So let's do that. And then I'll show you what we can do in order to fix some things. All right. Because everything is its own kind of subtool, let's go ahead and save it first. Zbrush work. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and call this number 2. Now what we're gonna do is we're actually gonna select his pants. Let's go ahead and solo that out. And notice here this got torn a little bit. A lot of times, should be able to go back in history, kind of see where that broke. And it broke too bad, which broke pretty bad here actually. Okay. Let's see if we can salvage that by smoothing it down. Yes, perfect. Just smooth it down. I didn't have color turned on, just the main motion, and now we can just go ahead and kind of just start repairing that. The other thing I could have done was actually just gone into taking it all the way back to it before it was moved and then started manipulating it, but that does a pretty decent job that way. Go ahead and just do the same thing. Smooth that down. So there's this little star right there. We can get rid of that. Have you seen the movie Soul, Ian? No, I haven't. No, I've only heard great things about it, but I have not seen it.
On Disney Plus.
It's on Disney Plus? Oh, well then I guess we'll have to look at it. Okay. Yeah, I've only heard great things. There we go. Okay. Now what we're going to do too is we actually do have access to the color of her wall, which is actually right here. So what we can do is we can go to Z plugin, go to Z color, and Z color will allow you to pick colors from outside of ZBrush, and we can actually drag and click where we want that wall, and then hit set color. Go ahead and close that down. Now we at least have the basic wall color. And then from here, we can go ahead, go pick our paintbrush, the BPA, and then go to color up top and hit full object. And there you go. Also, too, real quick, massive shout out. You got to watch it, man? Okay. I promise, Quentin, I will watch it this weekend. I will find time. I will force my kids to sit down with me so that if I don't like it, I'll blame you. Just kidding. Big shout out to Talden because she announced later after my stream on Wednesday how this problem came to be. If you guys remember, I was a little frustrated because I clicked something and this happened. So if you go up to render, there is a flat color and there is a keyboard shortcut for that. And I just had clicked flat color, not preview. So thank you, Talden. You are amazing. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But yeah, I'll definitely check out the movie. It sounds great. All right. So now just kind of looking at everything with a little bit more detail to it. We can start manipulating some of these shapes and tweaking them. And yeah. There we go, there we go. But yeah. Perfect, okay. Alright, so the shirt actually is not too bad. Go ahead and start pulling this down a little bit. We can end up manipulating this a little bit more. This part is getting torn. Okay. Let's turn off. Now we're working asymmetrically moving forward, so we're gonna have to end up cleaning some stuff up. We're also gonna clean up her face a little bit. Actually a lot. There's a lot going on there, but it's actually selling the scene a little bit more. So we want our models to be as expressive as possible. And I think that's starting to show up. Right now, Chun-Li's face looks like a different character. Well, then I'm doing my job because she is anime, but yeah, she does kind of look that way. Right now, yeah, we gotta get in there and tweak. It's really interesting. I say this a lot, but anime in the 90s versus anime now has changed quite a bit, even from the 80s to 90s. And so, but anime in general is done differently in 3D sculpt than it would be in like American style. I don't know. Anime is just a different category. Their eyes are they don't usually have sockets, even at this point. So trying to find other references, but this is the look that we're going for. And it's I feel like this is a little bit more detailed than some anime I've seen today. So I'm trying to get that translated well, and it is definitely taking time for sure. Also, too, this is my reference. This is probably the worst reference I've ever worked off of to date. But everything about this is legit. Everything about it is like right on. This is This is what I have to deal with. So, guys want to talk about working off of a single side reference? There you go. That's what has to happen. What's going on with her thigh in that reference? Yeah, I know, right? Yeah. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what's happening right there, but it's there. So, let's see. She's also straight-legged and in this reference, whereas I'm making it a little bit, hopefully making it a little bit more dynamic. Here, this is the action in which she's pushed out completely, and yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot to take in. So let's see what's that is the part of the fun, man. Use your imagination. Oh, of course it's fun, man. Of course. Really miss older anime. The colors were warmer or something. Yeah, I agree. Now, luckily, I kept her in the middle for the most part, so I can use symmetry in some spots, like what's going on here. We broke her feet a little bit, so we can smooth that down. You can actually push that up a bit. I just saw you're doing Shane's Olsen's workshop. I've been wanting to do that for years, but never seemed to have the right combination of time and money. How is it? Do you recommend it? I do recommend it. I think it is super. It's super good if you're looking to get into stylized characters or just characters in general. Shane does a great job of breaking it down so that it's easy to understand and easy to digest. That being said, it is a lot of money, but it is a lifetime course. So you can buy it, you can get in, you can do your stuff, and then come back years later, and you still have access. So that is definitely that's definitely the benefit to it. The community itself is great. The downside to Shane's course, I think, is that I think this is the downside to everyone's video course, is that if you're not motivated, then you're gonna struggle a little bit. Like, you kind of have to go all in with something like that, and I think that's why the price tag is so high, because you just got to get in and do it. But the other perks is that you do or can send him your work, and he can review it weekly on his or his bi-weekly on that changes sometimes. But he does Q&As where you can send him work, he can critique it. You also have access to community where you can put your work in, and other artists can also give their opinion/feedback. And he does have professionals within that community, so that is helpful. Overall, no, I think it's a great course, and it's really helped me hone my skills. Even though I'm pushing a different style, he does more stylized Disney Infinity Pixar style sculpting, where I'm pushing more towards anime stylized to hyperrealism. So, styles aside, it's a great course. But yeah, I highly recommend it. Also, too, I mean, stylized characters I think are harder because you have to have a sense of understanding, a real sense of anatomy, and how you can actually manipulate that to look stylized. Whereas sculpting realism, I'm finding it to be a little bit easier. So, but yeah, I highly recommend it. It was great. And just Shane's a great guy, so. Want me to bring the steps to what? Oh yeah, there you go. Yeah, come do a flying scissor ninja kick.
If I could do that.
Right. So, hopefully that answered your question. But yeah, I do recommend it. It's a great course. It just all depends on your direction too. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and actually give her some volume. She is jumping, so gravity is gonna take over at some point. So we're gonna give her a little bit more of a bust. And let's actually Nice volume, right? Yeah. Really needs a good amount of. She needs some love there. Chun-Li's anything but flat. I think Chun-Li set the standard for waifus. Lift and separation. Indeed. Just trying to get that bra pushed on there correctly.
She was attacked in her home.
Yep. You know what's interesting is really redeem hydrate with super secret channel points. I love it. There you go. Yep. I think that's hey, I'll honor that. There you go. I got some arigato. There we go. Okay. Make her a little bit fuller on the volume side. There we go. What was I saying? I had a thought, and I think I lost it. Actually, oh, I remember. This scene in Street Fighter, the scene in the movie, is actually terrifying. If you really break down why Vega's there, instead of just enjoying it as a fight scene. I mean, so much terror is in that scene. So that's I remember just feeling overwhelmed the first time I saw it, and just the exhilaration of her kicking him through a wall is just by far one of the best movie experiences of all time. Yeah, definitely. I mostly do semi-stylized, never fully cartoon like Shane's, but I'd love to be able to learn that style. Though it is different from how I work and have a background in caricatures, so it's kind of just makes sense. Absolutely. Yeah, weren't you saying when we were doing the sculpt off on Monday that used to work as a caricature 2D artist? I was very quiet that day. Don't mind me. But yeah, Shane's style is pretty unique. I think Shane's style is unique to Shane. And while it's interesting to learn that style and have it in your pocket, I don't see a lot of things out there that are super Disney Infinity inspired anymore. And that's nothing negative against Shane. Shane kind of he made that style what it is. But his method of sculpting is by far one of my favorite, because it just allows you to break things down into simple shapes. And I think that's partly what makes it great. So, okay, let's kind of get her jaw going a little bit. Yeah, I was a character artist at Six Flags for about 6 years. That's so awesome. And how was that experience? I was always intrigued by caricature artists, and I used to do 2D, but never really got into it. Alright, we need to fix her head. There's a lot wrong here. Let's actually drop down subdivisions. We can smooth out some areas. Eventually we're gonna have to weld her head to her body and finalize it, so but for right now we can definitely get a good chunk pushed around. Having your own style, especially in stylized industry, will reduce your job chances by a lot, at least in the game industry. Yeah, game industry, you definitely want to match a game style for sure. That's all I've heard. Where toys, we're allowed to... We have to be able to match concept. They still want you to have a good style. Like I said, being approached because I could do anime was eye-opening. So, since that was one opportunity, I figure I can improve that and have that style in my pocket. So I think that's going to be helpful. But toy companies, it seems to be that you got to be able to match a style. And of course, you know, if they have a hyper realistic or super realistic toy, then of course if you can do realism, but a lot of toys are based off of concepts, so. I mean, so are a lot of games too, but I think the mentality is a little different. Yeah, the work was awesome, so much fun, loved getting to draw so much, and it's crazy how much my 3D skills improved while doing 2D work all day. Interesting. Company was less awesome. Oh, too bad. Well, knowing people that worked at Six Flags, I feel you there. Yeah, that's right, Death. You worked there before. Would you say anime realistic is your favorite style? Yes. Yes, I would absolutely say that's my favorite style. Yeah. Hello. Ooh, we got Russian here. Nice. He's probably lurking. Very welcome. All my learning comes in handy. Heck yeah. Oh, Ian thinks I'm a gal. Do I think you're... Yeah, okay, maybe I screwed up there. I blame your thumbnail. It's hard to tell. I never want to ask either. I assumed wrong then. Sorry. I try to keep it generic. It's the long elf hair, isn't it? Yeah. Probably. Nina! Yeah. Well, thank you for all your help. Now I feel embarrassed. I'm sorry. All right. Oh, is the Kana here too? Hey, Pancakes 3D, how you doing? Expect a glitter bomb in the mail. Yeah, right? That's awesome. Yeah, I find that I'm able to do realism, but my natural style is somewhere around the level of stylized in Guild Wars. Nice. And I can push it into the Blizzard style. I really want to be more flexible and be able to do full cartoony too. Absolutely. You're a man? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. No, me too. When I started sculpting seriously and then started sculpting on the professional level, I realized that I wanted to be able to do a few styles well. I wanted to be able to have a full understanding of anatomy, to be able to hit realism, which I'm still working on that aspect. It's more kind of hyper comic-y realism at the moment. I really wanted to be able to do stylized decently, and then anime as well. And I know anime is hard. Just got a rejection from a studio, but other than that, it's okay. That's okay. That's their loss. You'll get it. Yeah, I guess I was too expensive or just not a good fit. I know it's hard to tell, right? It was more of an environment art job. Interesting. Okay. Now that we have some direction here, kind of just noodling right now, not really picking a thing. Okay. Gonna do. So we have our body here. Gonna go ahead and turn on symmetry. I'm gonna put some toes up in this. Okay, maybe symmetry won't work out as well as I hoped it would. That's okay though. Get a big toe in there. At least do both. Yeah, sorry to hear that, but wishing you good luck on the next opportunity. Absolutely. Are you gonna sculpt Blanca as well? I don't know if I'll sculpt Blanca as well. He's my least favorite character out of the bunch. Can you blame me though?
Toes, I missed the zoom in. I'm very worried.
Yes, these are gonna be toes. They start out weird. Don't you judge me.
Of the new witches, like Anne Hathaway's giant claw toe.
No, we're kind of just building up some material. It's a work in progress. Anime toes are easy. They're just little nubs. Just you have to make it look like a body, and the rest will happen. Blanca was my favorite as a kid. That's awesome. No, I got no problems with Blanca really. To be 100% transparent, it doesn't bother me. I think the thing is I just never really connected with it. I was more a fan of the Shoto characters, which is okay. I mean that's given. Guile is one of my favorite characters. So, I used to... Huh? Nightmare fueled? Yeah, it really is. You're pretty. You're my pretty princess. Yeah. I can't stop. I can stop hearing the Guile theme in my head. Yeah, but Guile was one of my favorite characters. As of late, because I've been playing more Street Fighter 5, and really digging it. So what we're gonna do is push this material out. We're gonna end up dynameshing her again. So we're gonna correct some stuff with Dynamesh. I'll be honest, I never cared for Guile until Street Fighter 4. I played with him a few times, but never really cared. His moves were too complex at the time when I was younger. Alright, what we're gonna do is actually stop there for a second. Let's merge your head together. So let's go in the Chun-Li. Let's get all this together so we can actually correct it. So let's see here, we got our body. Let's move this up. Let's go ahead and turn solo off. Turn everything off but these two. And let's go ahead and actually merge completely. To merge down, say yep. Now we have this. What we're gonna do is actually come here, make sure there's no levels. I'm gonna go to the Z plugin. Pardon me, Dynamesh Master, turn off blur, and we're gonna go ahead and actually Dynamesh that to about 1.5 million. Actually, no, let's go a little lower. Let's go 0.5, which is about 550,000. Ryu! I was more of a Soul Calibur girl, yeah. I love saying Ryu's name the most, though. Oh yeah, his name is so much fun. Second favorite character was Zangief. Nice! Zangief is fun. Zangief is fun. But again, just another really complex character as far as controls go. I have plenty of software. Yeah, share even. Charged characters have always been a struggle for me. I only play simple characters that aren't Shotos. Which is your favorite character? Call them. Which ones you got? I'm going to look for a bit, but I need to figure out how to HDRI render in Blender again. Maybe one of these days I'll remember how to set it up. It's easy. There's actually a little... Here, I'll load up Blender and I'll show you where you could set that. I had to reinstall everything. Boy, did I have to reinstall everything? Or was it pretty certain? Oh man. Viewport display, or did I? Oh, I took that add-on out. Okay, well, I'll send you a thing once I get it. My favorite character is Guy and Guy and Karen. Nice. King of Fighters and MK are my favorite fighting games. Nice, nice. All right, we got Stream Raiders time, don't we? Stop what you're doing, streamer boy. I need my rating. Well, this is not what you want. I could hit start anytime. Great. Go see his crashing blender. Yeah, that happens. Guy is a fun character. I like Cammy a lot now. Cammy's a lot of fun. Anyone here play Battle Arena? Oh, she did back in the... No, I don't think I did, no. Dan is the best. Dan is one of my favorite. Probably one of the best Shoto characters ever. Come on, everybody knows that you really, really, really love cheesing with Shin Akuma. 2 allies, 4 enemies. Will we do it? Nope. I think we died, guys. There goes the healer. Healer can't hit for sure.
I hate motherboard.
Wow. I almost like... Well, we all get a salvage chest at least. Yeah, we're gonna keep playing. We're not gonna start a new map. We don't fail like that.
Apparently we do.
Shh. I blame all you. All right. Get it, guys. Get it, get it, get it. Let's do it. All right. It was quite unknown, but very nostalgic for me. The other secret gem is Star Gladiator. Power Stone. I think Death knows what I'm talking about. Power Stone was one of my favorite fighting games. Next to Street Fighter Third Strike was one of my favorite. But Power Stone for the Dreamcast, baby.
Dreamcast.
All right. Yep, for the Dreamcast. All right, now we have everything welded together here. We can actually, for the body, we can actually start cleaning this up a little bit.
I mean, I like the
And yeah, the Dreamcast was far beyond its time. All right, so let's go ahead and get her major collarbone landmarks brought in. Get some of that blocked in there. Oops, too big. There we go. Now let's just hit some of these important marks. Kind of start fixing some of this anatomy here. Especially stuff like this. Although some stuff will get covered by her shirt, but because her shirt is going to be torn and loose, we want to just kind of get as much of the anatomy correct as possible. And now that that's there, let's go ahead and save as, and let's save it as version 3. And let's get a lot of that corrected. Sorry, Ian, Pokemon is streaming now, and I gotta go tune in. Go tune in, Quentin. Don't worry about it. You're totally good. Oh yeah, I can't. Yeah, there's no competition. The Dreamcast controller was so big it felt like holding a console. Yeah, but I mean, think about what that controller could do. That can. I mean, I have big hands, so it fit my hand like a glove. But like, that was the first controller to have a memory card that acted like a little tiny Game Boy that you could play mini games on to level up your characters in your main game. So if you think about it that way, there was definitely a lot of good that came out of there. Okay. All right, what we need to do is, before we go any further with this, what we need to do is actually duplicate it. And then we're going to go ahead and Z-remesh it. so that we're not working on a super dense file. And also, too, that'll help us kind of get some things cleaned up a bit better. So we're going to go to geometry. Also make sure that, yes, symmetry is turned off because they're no longer symmetrical. And let's just go ahead and keep it at 5 and see what happens. Love playing mini games on the memory card. Yeah, me too. Oh, I'm joking, but I'm just kidding. Oh, so you're going to stay now? Yay. Talking about huge controllers, the original Xbox controller was like me sitting down with a large yoga ball in my hand. Yeah, in your lap. Yeah, the thing was ginormous. I have that too. I actually have the original Xbox modded to play old games like Super Nintendo, Genesis, even some PlayStation games. I have GoldenEye on it. I can't remember if it runs well, but I have GoldenEye on there. Just sitting in my closet, though. I gotta plug that bad boy in. Alright. Now she's orange. We gotta fix that. So let's come here. Let's grab the skin tone. Let's come back here. Let's go to color. Fill color. There we go. There we go. So now that automatically kind of smooths her out a little bit and gives us a way to go in there and lightly clean some stuff up, still keeping a nice kind of soft look to her. But now everything is welded together, so we can go ahead and delete that, and now we have our main model here. We need the new Xbox S series. Need money.
Yeah.
Okay. And just for fun reference, we need it. Let's go to Google. It says go to Googly. And anime female screaming. This could be a very dangerous search. All right. What are we looking for? That. Ooh, Bakugo! I guess Bakugo would be like the best face to replicate. Fucker screaming all the time. There we go. Right here. That's the face. We need a few of these. Screaming face. Let's see if we can get more of a side profile. This is the best one so far. Let's see if we can get a couple different angles. I know anime kind of cheats a lot of things, but we can make this work. KFC console for the win. All right. Okay, so what I'm really getting at too is a lot of these mouths are tapered. So we're gonna make sure that we do that. Oh, there you go. That's a good one. All right. Does anybody ever use the dynamic solo? Does anybody ever use this feature? I have no idea why that feature would be there. Okay. I think we can turn on symmetry. Let's push this mouth in. Let's get a lot of that pushed in. The NSA must be wondering what the hell you're Googling. I know, right? No, and I wish I could set it on fire. Yep. I've played with dynamic solo, but I feel like it makes me dizzy. Yeah, I have no idea why this is even a feature. I feel like it's something that I'm using wrong. You know? That's my only conclusion. Okay. All right. All right. All right. All right. So let's get this cleaned up. I know a lot of the expressions are going to come into her eyes as well. Let's go ahead and apply the subdivision level at this point. And it's going to be a lot of small movements. And let's go ahead and grab the pinch brush. Let's pinch her jaw. Yeah. If we're people with weak machines. Oh, maybe. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I guess people in the Zbrush Summit Sculpt were using it, but I have no idea how or why. Yeah, I don't know either. I've never used it, never felt like it was a feature worth using. Okay. But there's so much about ZBrush I don't use, so, you know. That's okay too. Go ahead and hit auto groups. And then we're gonna go ahead and pick this one. Kind of push this up a little bit more. I have a feeling this is probably going to be one of the harder faces to capture right. So this might take a bit of time. Might be something I just keep coming back to. Okay. Okay. Let's move forward. Let's go ahead and hit save. You know what sucks about having a cold is that you just feel crappy. Okay. Alright, let's go to T-Pose Mesh. Not Scale Master. T-Pose. Let's go back. Alright. I'm gonna go ahead and just kind of highlight this area right here. Okay. Want to be able to have her ankles up a little bit more. There we go. Yeah, being sick just blows all the way around. Absolutely. Yep. Okay. It's okay. That back. Yeah, being sick just sucks. Okay, she needs to have her legs together a little bit more. go.
By the time she comes down. Yes.
Oh, hello. Okay, let's actually grab her legs like this. And open that up a little bit. Grab this here. Hey, what's up, JJ Rob? Thank you so much for the follow. There we go. There we go, just like that. Turn double on for a second just to see the flow of the clothing. Definitely have a lot to still grab here. There we go. I think that will be better. Once we make our hands a fist, that will showcase a bit better as well. Might just sculpt the fist, cut that off, and then add it. Yeah, we might do that. Okay. Alright, let's go ahead and grab her. Let's start bringing her closer so we can just see it as a whole. Right there. Yeah, right on his face. And we're going to be pressing that in, like literally pushing his face in. Which is going to be great. But we want people to know that it's a face. My hope is that it actually comes out the way I want it to. What we're going to do is actually take all of this, kind of bring this over, and I think we're going to just kind of angle that in a little bit more like that. And then we can kind of back this up a little bit. Yeah, like that. Now we have to ask ourselves, how does this read? So from back here, you're going to see breaking happening, and I can see her face. So she's the focal point of the piece. And then as I turn, the focal point goes from her to being what's happening here. I'm kind of playing off of that rule of thirds, where if this is the full piece, within this first section should be a lot of information, and I think that there is. So that's pretty cool. That's at least what I'm going for. A lot of it's, I mean, the environment itself is still a lot to showcase, so we have a good amount of stuff to work on. Cool. Yeah. Go. He's getting kicked off his feet, so we don't want full planting. Yeah, I think that's showcasing pretty well. What do you guys think so far? There we go. Okay. I'll have to fix his butt. But as far as the piece goes, I think that's actually pretty good. So let's go ahead and let's save this out. We'll go save mesh. Vega post. Now we're going to call this number 2 because it's the second time that we've moved stuff. And now let's send it back. The big chunk too, like we really angled them all. But again, still pulling off of this shape being dynamic. So all of the action should be going this way into the sculpt, which I think it is playing out pretty well. Yeah, I would say that's pretty good. Okay. We can start doing so. Let's actually select him. Let's actually impress his face a little bit more. Tell you what, the Zbrush Summit was my first and it was awesome. Yeah, it was super awesome. Absolutely. Zbrush Summit is just fantastic all the way around. And I'll be the first to admit that was probably their best Zbrush Summit to date. They did a lot of really cool stuff. Okay, let's put some landmarks in this wall. So we have this here. Let's go ahead and grab this. Let's go ahead and just put our own geometry in there. So we're going to go ahead, pick the Z modeler brush, insert multi-edge. And what we're going to do is actually just kind of put a few lines here and there. So we have some geometry to work with. We're going to go ahead and make it the same group. And then what we'll do is we'll come here and let's go. Yeah, let's do auto groups for now. There we go. So it is 2 pieces. Can't believe they've been having such a great time every year doing that. I know, right? Yeah, it's very interesting. Their take on everything. I've always appreciated what they do. Okay, let's go and save that. All right, guys. We will be taking a small little break here, and then I'm only going to stream for like another hour or so. I'm just kind of feeling tired today, and I got that meeting to go to. So that'll be fun. I really hope they stick with that method of virtual summit. It was pretty cool, and they were able to see some spaces of people around. Exactly. I super enjoyed that walkthrough of the toy company. Oh my gosh, I know. That was amazing. Yeah, I actually applied to that company a couple times before. Then I applied again, but was not picked. Love watching Paul and Drust in the top tip section, and really need to know how Paul has so much energy. I know, especially since he says he doesn't drink coffee. I bet you he's like, I wonder if he's a little ADD. He's crazy. I love him though. Take your break, man. No, don't push yourself too hard, especially if you're ill. Yeah, exactly. I appreciate it. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and take the /3 brush, and what we're gonna do is start putting landmarks on where he's gonna be breaking at. So this will give us a good indication of everything. So what we'll do too, that's what I wanted to do. We're going to go ahead and go to polygroups. And we're going to go to group by normals. Help us just kind of identify all the plane changes. Then geometry, crease, and then crease polygroups. So now what we can do is we can actually start subdividing a couple times. Or we can use dynamic subdivision. It's up to whatever we want. Let's just apply. Let's just get some subdivision going. It's pretty low. There we go. Okay, let's actually go higher than that. Let's go 0.5 mil. There we go. So we're just gonna add some markings here of him being pushed through that wall. So I had little crack indications. Any impression we do here is gonna just help sell the model. So, and we'll even end up taking out chunks. Actually, you know what I want to do? I got like 100 ideas. Actually gonna go ahead and actually lower this just a bit. Yeah. Go and apply that, and then we're just gonna dynamesh it at let's do 0.5. Want to work with dynamesh a bit better. I think it holds shapes a little easier with stuff like this. Yeah, a bit more responsive. I like that. As someone with ADHD, Paul's absolutely ADHD. That makes sense. Absolutely makes sense. Yeah. This hamster is tired. Yeah, yeah, for sure. Also be careful not getting burnt out doing freelancing and live streaming at the same time. I know, right? Yeah, exactly. No, guys, if I felt too tired to stream, I would have said something for sure. But I'm also, yeah, I'm at that moment where it's like, I could maybe just not do as long as a stream. Go. Really push these forms. There we go. And a trick too to sculpting cracks is if you come up here to stroke, I believe it's right here. You have stroke jitter. You crank this sucker up, you actually get a lot of jaggedness happening, and I like to crank that up hard. Put that up there. Look at that. That right there, it just really just helps. You don't have to wiggle your lines, your hand so much, and you can just go back over some of that stuff, and it'll just give you interesting little jaggies that you can manipulate. Go. And luckily we have some placement on where his hair is, so we can definitely push that part in. Yeah. There we go. I think this piece is coming out pretty well. Yeah. There we go. So as you can see here, where he's balanced, he has, this is what we call the tripod effect. So there are 3 points of contact. We have his head being connected to the base, his foot's being connected to the base, then the base is connected with itself. So that gives us this point of contact, which will provide almost a full, pretty much a pretty even base. So even with this dead space here, that's not going to matter. All the weight is now being distributed within this corner, which will give way for her to balance or counterbalance in this direction. So that's keeping all of that in mind in the design. So I think that's super important. And Vega's mask can be there on the ground. Let's go ahead and also take a look at depth. So we're going to go to preview AO, turn on occlusion, intensity to about 20%. And really just kind of see how things are connecting with each other. I feel like this is probably one of our more challenging pieces to get right. Just because there's a lot happening, and we're sculpting 2 characters at the same time, and we're trying to keep the consistency of detail even throughout each character. Okay. let's fix her face. I'm getting tired of looking at it. I'm not happy with it. Okay, let's get that underwear line going first. There we go. Guess the wall is gonna be destroyed. Yeah, any face with two characters interacting is gonna be a tough one. Indeed, yep. There we go. Let's get that shirt off for a second. Let's take that shirt off. Put that down. Okay. Luckily, we get to work a little bit in symmetry with her. There we go. Still getting the main shapes of that going. Okay. The bra's a little wonky, so we could fix that.
Yeah.
Alright. Does this look right? That's what I'm really trying to ascertain, is making sure everything looks good. Go. Go. I'll push that in a little bit. There we go. And is that Stream Raiders? Man, that happens fast. Alright. Okay, 1 second. We'll get to that. What I want to do is actually get her shirt going too. Just kind of smooth that down a little bit. That over. Set the transpose cloth. I really love this transpose tool. It helps just give us good wrinkles. Still gonna have to tear her shirt, so. Alright. Alright, when we get back from this when we get back from Stream Raiders, I want to try something. I think I actually want to bend her back more. I don't think she's bent back far enough. Alright, let's save it and let's do it. Actually, we'll go ahead and send it as we move over, so. Stream Raiders. Alright, here we go, guys, here we go. Tell you what, we're not going to take a break because we only got an hour left. Let's end it at 1 today, so we'll just go to 1 and then we'll end it there. I feel like that'll be better. There we go! Get it, get it, get it! Alright, alright, alright. Alright, here we go, guys. Here we go. And Carde, there you go. It's taking all those coins. Alright, we did it, we did it. Let's go ahead and collect our rewards. What do we got next? Alright, 75 assists and get a unit to level 20. I'm trying, Mom, trying. Alright, it's a level 4, so let's go ahead and just drop a character. Alright, now we're back to our T-pose mesh. was always just the balance act. Gonna grab this. So we're gonna arch her back like a lot. There we go. Oops. Put that in.
Ooh.
She's definitely putting her all into this. Really should try other game engines. Yeah. What were you thinking about trying?
Like, I work for Outback.
There we go. Almost going full anatomy break at this point. There we go. But really want that almost W effect or M effect going on. Can just rotate that back and almost just place that up like that. Go W. And we can smooth relax some aspects of it. And open that up. Go. That shirt's gonna be a pain in the butt to print. I'm gonna tell you that right now. I have to find a way to make sure that's connected to her torso as well as can be, while still conveying the motion. May have to retopologize it at this point, but that's okay. Okay. Yeah, because now she looks more stretched here. That's pretty good. We could even try a little bit more. Go here at the knees. Even push it just a bit more. Tweak those thighs. There we go. There we go. All right. Yeah. Okay. I think that's gonna be good for now. Unigen looks amazing, or CryEngine. Nice. What would be your goal? Just to learn the other programs, or have you noticed any studios using those? All right. Let's go to ZBrush work. Trying to leave posed. Let's go. Nice. All right, yeah, we're gonna go until 1, and then that'll be it for the day. A little bit shorter than usual, but I think that'll be beneficial. Okay. All right, let's take a look at what I want to do next. If there are any other elements in her room that we want to add, let's let's factor that. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to take a look at the fight scene itself. Go ahead and save. Engine doesn't matter. Most of the studios using their own engine. Just wanted to explore their possibilities out there, not only Unreal Engine 4. Well, that makes sense. That makes total sense. Okay. Alright guys, so we're going to take a quick peek. We won't have the sound on, but we're going to scrub through. So let's do Chun-Li versus Vega. Okay. I'm going to kind of go through, cut the sound scene down a little bit. I want to be able to take a look at what's happening around her environment. So pictures on the wall. Okay, this is the important part. The wall she's looking at. Okay, all right, here we go. Things she's looking at. So there is a lamp that's on the floor. There is a knocked over or appears to be a box of some sort. And then a picture on the wall. So what we're going to do in the next hour is build those assets in. And then from there, start getting that detail so it at least looks more than just like a blank canvas. And then we'll go from there. Yeah, tilted picture frame. So let's do that. In fact, real quick, I'm gonna go ahead and just kind of screen grab this reference. Let's go ahead and put it on our Zbrush work drive. Chun-Li. I'll call this the scene ref. Cool. Now we have that, so let's come over to drag that in there. Little mood board. All right. Ooh, I have his claws on the right side. That right there is awesome. It's such a happy thing. So that's what we're going to be looking for. We're going to be looking for that stuff. So let's get all that built. All right. So first things first, what I could actually do is pick this guy right here. Let's go ahead and grab this. Actually gonna end up painting this kind of a brownish color, like a dark brown. Go ahead and fill that color in. All right, that's the floor. Let's go ahead and working just within the base alone. We're actually gonna hide. We're gonna hide Chun-Li and Vega. I'll actually rename this too. Vega. Let's go ahead and save it. All right, within here, let's go ahead and start building some stuff. So let's go ahead and grab a cylinder. And we'll just have that white for now. Let's go ahead and delete loops. Oh, this is the cloth brush. Anytime you start trying to do something and you're getting some weird, double check to make sure the transpose cloth brush is not selected. And in this case it was, so that's no good. There we go. And then we're going to go ahead and grab a insert mesh brush. Go ahead and drop this down. Just scale that. Now we do want this printable. And sometimes that can be a pain in the butt. Go ahead, turn on local sim, scale it down, stretch that up. From here, let's grab our Z modeler brush. And we're just going to go ahead and make sure we grab a single poly. There we go. Turn on symmetry. Actually, fine. Sometimes symmetry is weird when collecting faces. That's. You can go ahead, go to extrude all poly group. Something like that. Yeah, that's better. Go ahead, kick that down like that. Now, if we wanted the lamp to actually have some sort of, you know, inside to this, what we can do is let's go ahead and grab this guy right here. Collect all these faces. This is all just with the Z modeler brush. What we're going to do is actually extrude. There we go. Start extruding it out, and then we'll hold control, and that'll give us a different face. And then we're just going to go ahead and hit auto groups. Now we have a separate piece that we can go ahead and split hidden. Just gotta hide the base for a second. Take this guy. And I'll just extrude this out a little bit like this. Back here. We'll delete hidden now. Now we can build the inside of it. We wanted something a little bit more realistic. Let's go ahead and build that up like that. Just have a little something there. Now let's actually grab our insert brush. With our insert brush, what we're going to do is actually go up to transform, turn on activate symmetry. We're going to turn on X and radial symmetry, and then we're going to do 3. But we need to have it set on Y. And then what we're going to do is actually pick a capsule or something. Now let's pick a. Let's scale that in a little bit. Bring that down. Something like that. Turn symmetry off, send it there. Kind of put in. Do something like that if we wanted to. Let's go ahead, auto groups. And let's also delete edge loops. Grab this. Step that out a little bit. This will be a temporary lamp. We can always come back and build those assets later. Even make sure that we touch right there. Draw that out.
And do you have to be in a back and
little lamp and a little light bulb in there. Something like that. Turn 80, kind of bring that down. And gives us the idea of a lamp there. Now we can merge this down. Say okay, merge down, auto group it. Now we have something that we can play with. Kind of bring this down, bring this over. This is where the scale of the base needs to come in. We can also kind of crush that a little bit when we need to. Let's go ahead and put Vega on there. Here we go. Let's actually select this. Let's grab, let's make it a little wider so we can put the rest of it there. Mask pin will give us kind of a straight edge. Soften that up. Let's actually expand that out. There we go. Now let's build a picture frame. So call this our wall. Here, this is our lamp. Smooth that up. All right, let's go ahead and insert another cube. We'll cube that. And we'll make this a picture. Let's make sure we scale it accordingly. It's not a huge photo, but it's close enough. Go ahead and get that there. All right, picture frame time. Whoops. See modeler brush. Now, if we turn on symmetry, especially with a Q-cube, you're only going to get one side. So the trick here is to either hit mirror and weld, which will give us a line in the middle, or we hover over, hit insert multi-edges, and then pick just the one line. Now, when we do symmetry, you can actually do both sides. So whichever works easiest for you. This will give us a nice shape. So when we subdivide it, no big deal. But also, now we can get rid of this line if we don't want it anymore. Like this face, click it, inset, like such here. Click this face, extrude. Kind of push that in just a little bit. Like these, come here, extrude them just a bit. That. Now we're gonna select this. Actually gonna end up kind of tapering that in. Just a little bit. Now we're gonna take this edge. We're gonna go to slide, complete edge loop. Kind of slide this back. Give us that nice little bevel for that picture frame. Now, just real quickly, we'll go ahead and we'll click this. We'll go to crease loops, and let's just crease everything that we want. Sharp. There we go. Look at everything, make sure it's all good. Nice. So when we do dynamic subdivisions, everything's nice and sharp. We can go ahead and just apply that. Now we have a picture frame. Then we'll bring over here. Kind of bring that there. And it is tilted. Tilted by 20 degrees, which will throw enough people off. Now, whether or not we want the picture frame itself, because we're going to be breaking things, it actually might be kind of cool if what we do is if we do something like this where we grab, so here, if we subdivide this enough times to get a high-res photo, or we click this and maybe, just maybe, isolate it. We could have it where the base cuts off the photo so that the photo will be there, but then it gets cut off. So just an idea. We can keep that like that for now, just to keep the idea alive. Or we even have it off so it's kind of interacting a little bit. Like the edges of the room are broken up. So play around a little bit. We'll see what happens. And then there's like a, looks like there's like a knocked over dresser drawer or something. So let's call this picture frame. Pic frame. Let's go ahead and insert another cube. Go ahead and Q-cube that. There we go. And let's go ahead and just start. Just make it a box. Actually make it like, we'll make it, we don't know what it is. So we'll kind of make it almost like a coffee table. Almost like a little coffee, like a little side table here. So we'll go ahead and grab this. Go to insert multi-edge loops. Actually do a couple right here. Okay. We're just gonna do that one for there. There we go. Can I get that? No, let's not do that. From here, let's actually click these three guys. Let's go to inset. Now. There, something like that. And let's go ahead and extrude these back. Like that. There we go. Something like that a little bit. Now we can go ahead, go to insert multi-edge loops and just start getting something more like that. A little bit of the table built in. Actually, what I would like to do, let's select these right here, these edges and these edges. Okay, cool. Inverse that, bring them in a little bit. Want them as even as possible. There we go. There we go. Click these. Now we can go ahead and extrude them in. Let's scale that down just a bit. Have something like that. Let's get some supporting. Go 90 degrees. And even just kind of angled that a little bit. Go. Yeah, so now that's starting to come to life a little bit more. Go. It's actually, you can scale that down just a bit more. Doesn't have to make total sense scale-wise, but we get it as close as possible. You know? Maybe it's a shoe rack or something. Well, let's click this guy. Let's actually... Let's see here, hold on. Get that, let's move that forward. Kind of get that wall lip a little bit. There we go. There we go. That's better. Let's go ahead and save it. All right. All right, all right, all right. Nice. I think what we can do next is kind of just see, have an idea of my wall. Let's go ahead and grab our lasso mask. Kind of create something like this. There we go. Get some chunks built. And we can even kind of just add some jaggies here. There we go. Now we can start playing with the base a little bit. We can actually hide some of this stuff like this. Okay, let's go ahead and grab. We do this. Let's go ahead and split it in just for a second. Hide that. And then let's close holes. As far as, like, let's remove the color just for a second. Yeah, I think that might work out pretty well. Okay. Let's go ahead and delete this one. Yeah, delete that wall. There we go. Can do here is just grab this section. Grab that section. That way it's just a little bit different. Give us a little bit of a break in between. We can add something like that. We can even add floor texture and stuff underneath when we get there. So. But I really do think that the wall kind of at least adds some damage to it along the sides. I think that'd be kind of cool. Let's go back to the lamp. Sew that out. Actually scale this down. And stretch that up. And it looks like Stream Rados is going. That's good. Okay. Let's go and add that there. Go. Perfect. Go. Touch that right there. All right. All right, let's go ahead and save it. And let's do Stream Raiders, and it'll be the last Stream Raiders for the day. So it'll just be a light stream today. And next week we should be back to a regular schedule. Sorry, guys. Flip. Yep, that's happening to me. How's this doing down there? All right, whatever. Okay, let's go ahead and do it. Did I save it? I can't remember. One more time. Stream Raider time. Here we go. All right. What? And thank you guys for hanging out with me. I super appreciate it. It's always fun getting a chance to kick it with you guys, make a badass sculpt. It'll be cool as we'll add more details in certain things once we get to the final detailing stage. Alright, good job, guys. And we have Death, J. Crew, and DWC Black. Phony caught you at the tail end of the stream. Yeah, I'm just not feeling 100% today. Give it another 30 minutes, you see our progress. I'm just beat. I think that's really it. My bad. I'm yawning everybody's ear. Alright, here we go. Put a flag bearer down. Maybe I'll get some assists. Maybe. Alright. Now this is where we are right now. Still so much to do. It's probably one of the biggest projects I've ever done so far. But you can see from all angles, we are getting a lot of that story. That's the important part to pay attention to. So, how are you doing, Adder Lovely? Alright. And we still have a lot more detail we'll be pushing through here. You're doing okay? That's good. That man's face went crunch? Yep, exactly. Yeah, we're not even really gonna show his face because no point. When you look at his face closer, we're actually gonna see deforming and squishiness happening, like blood, like all sorts of good stuff. So yeah, we still have a lot to do, but trying to get the overall feel of the piece to make sure it's working before I spend all this time detailing to find out it doesn't work. All right, we're gonna do for the picture frame too real quick is actually go to polygroups and we're gonna go group by normals. To give us this. What we could do is grab this piece here and we'll keep that relatively like kind of gray. Fill this with color. Come back here and actually give this kind of a brown picture frame. There we go. There. A little bit more realistic. And if we want to put an actual color in there, we can find a pretty cool picture and then just add some detail there. In fact, what we got there? Let's do that. Let's just Google go to Traditional Japanese home pictures. No, I don't want pictures of homes. Photos. Let's just get kind of a cool little... Let's find something that would be a neat little photo to use. Or you know what? Here, let's just do this. Street Fighter photos. Not street fights. I think this will be kind of a fun little nod. Street Fighter 2. Oh, here we go. Street Fighter 2 movie poster. Okay. I think this will be kind of cool. Let's go ahead and save this image. I'll show you guys what I'm going to do with it. If you do a picture in there, can it be a toasty man? Do you have a picture that you have in mind? Just like a toasty man? Like a man on fire? I was thinking about doing something like this. So if we come in there, we have the photo here. Let's go ahead and grab this. Let's go texture. Import. The guy who says toasting the old... Oh, you mean the photo of the... Okay. Toasty! That's funny. That's funny. Yeah, maybe we'll do something like that. That'd be kind of cool. What I'm gonna do right now first is grab that photo and add it to the board. Kind of rotate it a little bit. Scale this down. Kind of put it right there. Yeah, I think that'll be good. Okay, and then what do I want to do? I think it's the paintbrush at this point. What I want to do with that. I want to make sure I got that part right. Okay. How's that? Where was that? Haven't done this in a while. That's pretty funny though. I'll have to maybe we'll troll it like that. Spotlight radius. There we go. There we go. There it is. There we go. Something like that. Just a nod. And of course, the more, the denser the geometry on that, the clearer that image will be, but it definitely showcases. But we'll see if that's final. All right, later, Ian. Until next time. No worries, man. Thanks for hanging out. We got 30 more minutes, and then I'm gonna call it for the day too. I'm just beat. But thanks for hanging out. I always appreciate it. All right, we're gonna take our Move Infinite brush. Kind of give her a little bit more love on the thighs. Hey, thank you so much, Ryan. I appreciate it. Welcome in, welcome in. So, really just building up a cool scene. Got a lot to do here. Oh man. Alright, let's focus on that. Her face is giving me the most problems throughout this whole sculpt. think her teeth are too wide. I think that might be guiding me too. Let's go ahead and, first off, let's grab here. Let's bring up that resolution a bit. Now let's grab the teeth. Let's actually squeeze that in. Yeah, that might be helpful. Same with her tongue. Alright, let's go to her face. I'm actually gonna go up one subdivision. Should I lower that? Nah, let's not lower it. Let's not delete that. Alright. Let's get these eyebrows down. She has very, very thin eyebrows too. So we want to really make sure that we get that right. So we can even grab here like this. Kind of fade that a little bit and scale that down. Get that going. Hey, thank you so much. T-Tiger, thank you. I believe that was right. I had my screen blocking. Cool. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. You guys caught me on my last half hour for the day. I usually stream till 3, but today is just, I'm a little tired today. So I'm gonna get some rest. But trying to make sure we get her face right. I may end up re-sculpting her face and then transferring it over. See what we could do with it. One little nudge at a time. Sometimes you gotta start over. Hello, Evlish, how you doing? Hello, hello. Hope all is well on your side of the world. Such a... Let me see if I can pull some more reference. Anime, screaming, face, side view. Oh, somebody searched it. Okay. So we want, like, it's a weird emotion because it's like cry screaming. She wants this to be this is her final end all be all. And she's in pain. And that's really hard to convey all at once. So we really want to make sure it's not just her screaming, but also her crying at the same time. And we are kind of going full Dragon Ball on this scream as well, which makes it even harder. Modeling a cartoon character? Yes. Yeah, same project from last week. Just further on it. I wonder, sometimes you have to type in how to draw, and that'll give you a good reference too. There we go. Okay, here we go. That's nice. I like that. (2D) artists usually help out a lot. Okay. That's also pretty cool too. We're gonna go ahead and grab that reference. Let's go ahead and save it. Yeah, this is what we have so far on the scene itself. I think it's coming along pretty well. Yeah, so right now we're trying to get the mouth done right on her. Oh, there we go. I think forward is better. Might be not enough resolution to get the other part done, so... Hey, Snickles! How's everything going? How's work? Okay, let's actually push that jaw back a little bit. This jaw's not the shark. They need to have some sort of line of direction. There we go. Let's go ahead and click her tongue. There we go. So we need to make sure that gets pushed back, right? And there's a lot of asymmetrical sculpting happening here, so we'll have to make sure we get it all looking the way we need it to. There we go. Got a hand sewn a magazine together from scratch this morning. You got to, nice. That's a project and a half. Hopefully it was a good experience. I do remember some of those being funky. All right. Also, what needs to happen too is we need to give her separation between chin and jaw. We need to press down where this will be. Relax, smooth it. Let's actually go up in subdivision. Sometimes you have to go up in subdivision to get that resolution. And this is where the rubber meets the road. All right, let's actually open up her cavity, her mouth cavity a little bit more. Turn off lazy mouse. The trick with faces is simply keep moving it until it looks like how it should look. It's the hard part too, though. Okay, things like this too. We're gonna take the pinch brush and kind of pinch some of this together. There we go. It worked perfectly. I was shocked. LOL. Nice. Well, that's good. I'm glad. Damn standard brush. Let's go ahead and come in here real quick. Okay, we're also going to take the trim dynamic, flatten this up a little bit, kind of relax. Okay, now her jaw's a little funky, so let's fix that. Literally, it's just going to be tugging here, pulling there until we get it. Yeah, it's a little bit ugh, that actually looks worse from here now. Okay. What we might do real quick, or what I might end up doing if I do it off stream, is I might I think it's best to sculpt her face by itself one more time and then overlay that. That might be the best approach, because kind of, while it looks okay from here, it clearly gets contorted here. I've kind of botched it a little bit. You can see if it's fixable though. See. I also never like to give up, so, you know. Okay. Let's check the trim dynamic. Okay, let's relax smooth some of this. Tell this jaw's a little moved over. Yep, I think I'm gonna rework that face separately. Okay. I think I really want to nail that face before I move further with that, so I might work on that off stream just to get it right, so I can really like hone in. But overall, I think this is coming along pretty well. I think we'll end up we're gonna need to build the outside of the wall, maybe add bricks and stuff on this side, since there is another piece to that. And this part is, since it's one solid piece, we want to make sure that we keep the background itself built how we want. So, but what's good is the face I have on there temporarily from afar is working, but up close, not so much. And that's important. So we need to be able to do a bit of both on that. So let's go ahead and save it. Let's look at the backside of the scene, which I think is just brick. So YouTube, go back to YouTube. Let's go to history, and should be this guy right here. Now there's a lot happening here. Okay. Quick here. Okay. So what we want to pay attention to. Actually, she's not really looking down on him. Okay, so we can't see anything. So we can assume that that's brick. We could probably assume that's a brick wall. We can't see anything of the sort. In fact, her head should probably be more back, a little bit more. In fact, let's go into T-pose mesh real quick. Yeah, she's more like, what's the word I'm looking for? More like last minute ditched effort. Like that. You still have to move her hands and fingers and stuff like that. But yeah, there's still a lot of stuff we want to move with her. But for right now, we'll leave it as such. So just bring it slowly into place. So I'm out for the day. Really hope the meeting won't be too stressful. It'll be fun hanging out with you on CG Tuesday. Have a great one, Martin. Don't worry about it. Thank you so much, man. Enjoy your weekend. Yeah, it's just going to be tax advice, so it's not going to be anything too crazy. Thankfully. But I'm excited nonetheless. Actually, I may just... Yeah, it's slowly coming. I still may just do it separate. Yeah. Maybe it'll be helpful if I draw eyes in. Right now it's super low poly. There's a lot of weird crunch. Oh, you know why there's crunching on it? I gotta go up the stroke. Turn that jitter off again. There we go. That might cause a lot of issues. There we go. Yeah, I think it might be best to redo her face one more time. That's okay. Yeah, I think we're gonna do that. I just don't like it, but we can swap it out, and that's not a big deal. Sometimes it's just helpful. So, now as far as his face goes... I'm gonna go ahead and take the standard and really press that face in. There we go. And when we give him his final bangs, we can actually cover up some of those toes, so you don't really need to do that, which is nice. She is screaming to the heavens, my lord. Yeah, absolutely. Yep. How are you doing, Sculpt Kid? We're going to be calling it a little early today, just a little bit under the weather. All right. Go ahead and fix some of this anatomy real quick. Let's go ahead and lower subdivisions down just a bit. We can do like a little relaxed smooth. Tired AF? Yeah, dude, I feel ya. I feel ya. You guys like this poster in the background? Past few times I stopped by for a lurk, I've been like, what the fuck is that? Screaming! And now it's in a C. It makes more sense. Yeah, I know. Yep. I know. We're gonna have to. I think off stream, I'm gonna finalize her face. Kind of hunker down a little bit, you know. Yeah. I know sometimes explaining a scene and sculpting for a scene publicly gets a little interesting because not everybody knows what your vision is, so trying to showcase it has been very interesting. Now you guys see it. Relax some of those muscles there. Yeah, love this scene setup. It's hilarious. Nice. Yeah, we still got a lot more texturing to do too. Yeah. You know, I don't see a lot of sculptures done with scenes like this, so I think it's been great to kind of put something up like this. All right, let's check this wall out for a second. I'm gonna go to brush over in the spotlight or in the whatever this is up here, slate box, and I believe there's a brick wall. If not, I have one in XMD. Where would that be? Maybe it's under miscellaneous. I don't even know. I can't think right now. All right, let's open up my brush kit. Okay. So we only got a couple minutes left. Let's see here. Okay, I have stone wall. Let's type in brick. What do I get? IMM bricks. Yeah. Let's click that bad boy. And with this as a whole, let's go ahead and click the wall. We're gonna do real quick, and then we'll do Shrimp Raiders, and then that'll be it for the day. So let's see here. Let's just get some basic bricks out. Okay, so what we're gonna do is actually split unmasked. Let's kind of reset that. Let's put that here. Oh, that makes sense. Let's go ahead and do this. Let's shrink this down a little bit. Let's scale this in. Okay. Kind of put them like that. Okay, let's do that. Let's put here, let's go. It's for placement. And we're gonna go ahead and just quickly hold this down like that. Get that pretty close. There we go. Set this in the center. Yeah, we can scale that down. Widen that a bit. Stretch that out a bit. And let's actually give this kind of a red color. Let's go fill object. Not with material, with color. Something like that. We can work on the details later. So let's go ahead and call this brick. Perfect. By the other day, when I started doing concepts, I ended up realizing I haven't drawn in like 6 months, so I just spent the whole night doodling. Didn't get anything done. That's funny, dude. Thinking is overrated. Exactly. Yeah. It's coming together. It really is. Yeah, it's starting to come together. Have a lot I want to do with it, but yeah, it's getting there. I'm overall becoming more and more happy with it. So for right now, we just get some bricks in there, and then her face needs to be reworked, so we'll get that doing. But I think the scene itself is working. Let's grab this guy right here, and let's give it kind of a darker brown. There we go. Just want the items to make sense. And for the lamps, we can go kind of like a little bit of a metal. Something like that. Let's do color material. There we go. We can do something like that for now. Yeah, hope you get lots of rest this weekend. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yeah, me too. This happens to me every now and then. I think a couple times a year I just get super burnt out, and then I just crash. Luckily, you know, like no fever. I can still smell things. I think it's just stress and probably overworked. All right, let's go ahead and make this number 5. And then, yeah, I'll go back to her face and correct that, and then I'll show you guys the change if I do that. So, but here we go. Here's what we got so far. And I'm pretty happy with it as it stands. All right, let's go ahead and just take a look at everything. The important part, I think, is that from all angles, it's starting to come together. Even from the top, looks pretty interesting. Yeah, here, actually, let me redo this. I'll actually share a little update with it. There we go. Yeah, I think this is pretty cool. And that would do like a big one like that. That's what we have so far. Yeah, it's coming along pretty good. Let's go ahead and screen grab that. I'll share that. Starting to happen. There we go. Big Chumley. Let's see. It seems like most people I know are pretty exhausted now. It's not just you. Yeah, I bet. How do you duplicate it like that? Oh, that's just a... This is just a quick screen grab, so Shift S, and then it makes a screen grab that, and then you can turn it around and Shift S, and yeah, it's just a quick screen grab, and then to clear it, Control N and clears it. Yeah, it's pretty cool. All right, let's do Stream Raiders, and then that will be it for the day. All right, final one, guys. Never knew about that. Well, there you go. Yeah, utilize it. It's fun. Little ZBrush hack. Get it, guys? We could do it! All right. There we go, guys. There we go. Good job, guys. And we got Death Sacrament and Witch Cat Crochet. Good job. All right, everybody. All right, everybody. That is it for the day. Thank you guys for hanging out with me and bearing with the not so energetic Ian. But I appreciate you guys hanging out. I adore it and love it. And I will see you guys next week, also in the Discord. So if you're new and you're hanging and lurking, check out our Discord. It's amazing. It's fun. Fun artists. We just hang it and share stuff. It's cool. And let's see who we can raid. Who should we raid on the Twitch side? Haven't raided anybody in a little bit. Turn around. Let's go to. You know what? Let's do Dark Digital Stone. I haven't rated him in a while. And if you guys like video games and how they're made, this is the guy to go to. All right, let's just go ahead and go to me. Hi, me. And we're just gonna go ahead and hit raid. Paste. There we go. All right, close that down. Yes, save that. Is he not? Is no? I'm pretty sure I'm following. All right, see you guys later, and I'll talk to you later. Bye, 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 bye. All right, everybody on the YouTube side, thank you guys for hanging out, and I'll chat with you guys later too. Bye.